Ladies and gentlemen, the chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this gathering of minds where precision meets purpose. Logistics is not merely the science of supply and movement, it is the art of foresight, the discipline of execution, and the silent force behind every trump, military or commercial. As we open this conference, let us reflect on the vital truth that while vision sets the destination and strategy charts the course, it is logistics that carries us forward. It is logistics that transforms plans into action and ambition into achievement. Let this be a forum where we honor the legacy of those who understood the power of logistics and shape the future with innovation, resilience, and cooperation. Because as we all know, battles win through logistics.
The chief guest, honored dignitaries, delegates from Pakistan, flag rank officers, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is with great honor and privilege to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each one of you to the Logistics Conference 2026. On behalf of the Commandant, Naval and Maritime Academy, it's my honor to formally welcome our chief guest, Commander of the Navy, Vice Admiral Kanchana Banagoda, and the keynote speaker, Senior Professor Ajanta S. Dharmasiri, to the historic and picturesque city of Trincomalee.
We are extremely honored to have you join us for this significant event, Logistics Conference 2026, themed A Thriving Nation, A Beautiful Life, Clean Logistics 2030, advancing end-to-end logistics excellence in Sri Lanka through digital advancement, green transformation, and transparent supply chain governance. This conference is organized by the course participants of 10th Long Logistics Management course to foster dialogue, share insights, and explore innovative strategies in the field of logistics management.
The lightning of the oil lamp has symbolized throughout the centuries the dispellings of darkness, the ushering knowledge, wisdom, and new beginnings. It is timeless tradition embedded in our culture as a ritual that connects us over 2,500 years of proud heritage, unity, and reverence. To mark the commencement of the Logistics Conference 2026, may I now have the honor of inviting our esteemed chief guest and all the dignitaries to light the traditional oil lamp.
The Commander of the Sri Lanka Navy, Vice Admiral Kanchana Banagoda.
The keynote speaker, Senior Professor Ajanta S. Dharmasiri.
The Vice Chancellor, General Sir John Kotalawala Defence University, Rear Admiral Dhammika Kumara.
The Deputy Chief of Staff, Rear Admiral Ravindra Thisera.
The Commander, Eastern Naval Area, Rear Admiral Kosala Varnakula Surya.
The Director General Logistics, Rear Admiral Achala De Silva.
The Director General Training, Rear Admiral Ruwan Rupasena.
The Director General Budget and Finance, Rear Admiral Anuruddha Karunatilaka.
The Director General Logistics of Sri Lanka Air Force, Air Vice Marshal Gladwin Athapattu.
Rear Admiral Abekon Banda, retired, former Director General Logistics.
The Commandant, Naval and Maritime Academy, Commodore Dinesh Bandara.
Professor Nadira Janadari from University of Kalani.
The Senior Course Coordinator of 10th Long Logistics Management Course, Commander Sudesh Bandula.
Ms. Prabodha Rashmini, representing University of Colombo.
The Senior Most Course Participant of 10th Long Logistics Management Course, Lieutenant Commander Dasitha Dahanayaka. Thank you all for illuminating the traditional oil lamp, a symbol of prosperity and good fortune. Heroes live till they breathe on earth, but are eternal in our hearts. They shall not grow old, age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. Ladies and gentlemen, let us stand in silence to commemorate the ultimate sacrifice of our fallen war heroes. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the Naval and Maritime Academy anthem to pay our profound gratitude to our alma mater.
මහා සයුර රකින්නට සමුදුර තරණට ශිල්ප උගන්වන විනය වඩාලන දැනුම බෙදාදෙන පිරිපුන් නාවිකයන් බිහි කරවන නාවික සිංහල විරු නැවි නිජ බිම නාවික සාගරික ජලතරණය ක්‍රීඩා කිමිදුම් අවි නාවික ශිල්පය නීති සටන් ක්‍රම සංඥා වෛද්‍ය විදුලි යාන්ත්‍රික ඉංජිනේරු සැපයුම් හා ලේඛන නාවික සිංහල විරු නැවි නිජ බිම විද්‍යාපීඨය නාවික සාගරික රැකුමට උර දෙන සුර නැවියෝ අන දෙන සටනට විරුණ උපතියෝ රට රැකුමට උර දෙන සුර නැවියෝ අන දෙන සටනට විරුණ උපතියෝ පිය ගොඩ දෙකෙහිම එඩි පැවිරුවෝ ඔබගෙන් පුහුණුව ලදහෙල දරුවෝ නාවික සිංහල විරු නැවි නිජ බිම විද්‍යාපීඨය නාවික සාගරික දැන වඩවා වඩවා ආලෝකය දේවා නාවික දූපුතුලට මව වේවා දින දින අප ශක්තිය වේවා විද්‍යාපීඨය සැරදේවා විද්‍යාපීඨය සැරදේවා විද්‍යාපීඨය සැරදේවා
Thank you. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, every great journey begins with vision, perseverance, and a foundation built on excellence. May I now respectfully invite the helm of this prestigious institution,
Vice Chancellor, General Sir John Kotalawala Defence University, Rear Admiral Dhammika Kumara, Deputy Chief of Staff, Commander Eastern Naval Area, Director Generals, Flag Rank Officers from Sri Lanka Navy and Sri Lanka Air Force, Retired Director General of Logistics of the Sri Lanka Navy, members of the academia, senior officers, officer and trainees, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. It is indeed honor and privilege for me to stand here to witness the 8th edition of Logistic Conference 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, as you've seen on the slide, the theme for this year for this conference is also for the development of the country as well as the sustainability. As we all know, the logistic landscape is transforming very rapidly in the light of digitalization and AI. Logistic platforms, future demands visibility, agility, and precision. For the Sri Lanka Navy, leveraging the digital technology is no longer optional. It is one of the mandatory requirements. We have a strong obligation and responsibility to protect environment, ranging from clean logistic. We follow best practices and management skills to uplift the standards of the logistic management chain within the organization in line with the country's national objectives. Ladies and gentlemen, this 8th edition of long logistic management course arranged Logistic Conference 2026 is a vital platform for you to explore these critical dimensions through fruitful discussions, innovative research presentations, and interpersonal interactions through these sessions. We aim to develop and generate innovative line of thinking for lead our Navy to perform our next level of transformation of logistics within the Navy as well as beyond. At this point, I would like to recognize the effort and commitment of the Senior Course Coordinator of Loan Logistic Management course and his staff, and the members of 10th Loan Logistic Management course, their commitment and dedication to make this event a reality. Finally, I would like to deliver my sincere gratitudes to the keynote speaker along with other speakers, paper presenters, moderators, for their willingness to come here and participate and contribute for Logistic Conference 2026. With that, I wish all the very best for the 8th edition of Logistic Conference 2026 to be a great success. Have a fruitful day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As we gather here today to deliberate on the future of logistics, it is both fitting and meaningful to commence our proceedings with the insights of a distinguished leader, one whose experience and strategic acumen have significantly shaped the logistics landscape of the Sri Lanka Navy. It is therefore with great respect and honor that I now invite Director General Logistics of the Sri Lanka Navy, Rear Admiral Achal de Silva, to deliver the opening remarks and formally set the stage for the Logistics Conference 2026.
The Commander of the Navy, Vice Admiral Kanchan Banagoda, the keynote speaker, Senior Professor Ajantha S. Dharmasiri, University of Sri Jayawardenepura, Vice Chancellor General Sir John Kotalawala Defence University, Rear Admiral Dhammika Kumara, Deputy Chief of Staff, the Command Eastern Naval Area, the Director General Budget and Finance, the Director General Training, the Director General Logistics of the Sri Lanka Air Force, the Commandant, Sri Lanka Air Force Academy, China Bay, retired Director Generals of the Sri Lanka Navy Logistic Branch, Commodore Abid Rafiq, Assistant Chief of Naval Staff of Pakistan Navy, the Commandant, Naval and Maritime Academy, the Commandant, Sri Lanka Army School of Logistics, Commodore KLA R.K. Kulasinghe, retired, First Senior Course Coordinator, Long Logistic Management Course, Flag Rank Officers, Distinguished Academic Scholars and Corporate Sector Representatives, course participants of Long Logistic Management Course number 10, officers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As the Director General of the Logistic Branch of the Sri Lanka Navy, I warmly welcome all of you to the 8th edition of the Logistic Conference Trincomalee 2026. This event is the culmination of an enormous collective effort by the student officers of the Long Logistic Management Course number 10. The first edition of this conference was launched in 2016 and has continued for 7 chapters under various contemporary themes. Although the continuity of the conference was disrupted by COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 and 2021, is resumed with 4th edition and has since grown in strength and relevance. I must profoundly emphasize that this conference series has been a highly effective knowledge dissemination forum where Sri Lanka Navy logisticians have researched various developments in logistics operations. Moreover, the conference has been a well-recognized platform for both military and civil scholars, providing opportunities for aspiring logisticians to broaden their horizons in the logistics field. The 8th edition of the Logistic Conference, held this year on par with the national vision, a thriving nation, a beautiful life, is themed Clean Logistic 2030, advancing end-to-end logistic excellence in Sri Lanka through digital advancement, green transformation, and transparent supply chain governance. This is a forward-looking and highly relevant theme that aligns with Sri Lanka's national development goals and the global imperative for sustainable, transparent, and digital-driven logistics systems. Ladies and gentlemen, the term logistics was primarily related to the military until 1960, after the concept was adopted by the corporate sector. Entrepreneurs and high-level management in the commercial sector observed the efficiency of military logistics and sought to integrate its principles into the corporate sector to maximize stakeholders' value and minimize costs. With this development, the corporate sector introduced the concept of supply chain management, under which logistics management falls as a key component. In today's rapidly evolving world, logistics can no longer be viewed in isolation. The convergence of digital technologies, environmental imperatives, and the demand for greater accountability has redefined the boundaries of logistics excellence. For Sri Lanka to realize its vision of a thriving nation and a beautiful life, it's imperative that our logistics ecosystem undergoes a meaningful transformation, one that is clean, smart, and transparent. Digital advancement offers us unprecedented tools, from artificial intelligence and blockchain to IoT-enabled tracking systems that can dramatically enhance the efficiency, accuracy, and responsiveness of our supply chains. Green transformation demands that we adopt environmentally responsible practices across every stage of the logistic chain, reducing our carbon footprint while building long-term sustainability. Transparent supply chain governance ensures accountability, reduces corruption, and builds trust among all stakeholders, from suppliers to end customers. The theme of this conference aims to highlight these three pillars of excellence by offering a flexible and dynamic platform that allow researchers, practitioners, and students to engage in insightful discussions, share ideas, and collectively chart a course towards a cleaner, smarter, and more accountable logistic future for Sri Lanka. Accordingly, this conference will help bridge the knowledge gap through research conducted by both military and corporate sector logisticians. I therefore propose that this conference explore three main key areas of concern. Firstly, digital advancement in logistics, harnessing emerging technologies for end-to-end supply chain excellence. Secondly, green transformation, embedding environmental sustainability into logistic operations and supply chain practices. Thirdly, transparent supply chain governance, strengthening accountability, integrity, and regulatory frameworks in Sri Lanka's logistics sector. Ladies and gentlemen, in concluding my opening remarks, let me once again thank our chief guest, keynote speaker, and all the participants for being here with us today. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Commander of the Navy for providing the necessary guidance and approval to conduct this flagship event of long logistic management course, and for being present on this occasion as a chief guest, Additionally, I would like to extend my appreciation to the Commander, Eastern Naval Area, the Commandant, Naval and Maritime Academy, and his able team for their tireless effort in organizing the 8th edition of the Logistic Conference in Trincomalee. I hope this will be successful, inspiring, and a thought-provoking session for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Commander's vision and expertise continue to inspire innovation in logistics management, fostering efficiency, resilience, and strategic advancement in supply chain operations. His presence here today signifies the importance of collaboration among the militaries, corporate entities, and academia in shaping the future of logistics. The leadership in logistics is not only about moving resources. It is about moving ideas, enabling progress, and building the foundation for sustained operational excellence. At the heart of such leadership is a clear vision, guided by a leader whose direction continues to shape the future of naval logistics and beyond.
The presence of the Commander of the Sri Lanka Navy, Vice Admiral Kanchana Banagoda, at this distinguished forum is a testament to the growing synergy between military leadership, industry stakeholders, and academic thought leaders in driving innovation and resilience in logistics. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great respect and honor that I now invite the Commander of the Navy, Vice Admiral Kanchana Banagoda, to deliver the inaugural address and formally commence the Logistics Conference 2026.
The Commandant, Naval and Maritime Academy, distinguished invitees, the keynote speaker of the day, Senior Professor Ajanta S. Dharmasiri, all conference participants and well-wishers, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be here at the 8th edition of the important logistics conference. The subject theme set here today is not merely an academic construct. It is a strategic direction for national progress and institutional transformation. It recognizes the logistics today is no longer a support function, but it is a co-enabler of national resilience, economic strength, and operational effectiveness. Today, we can see that a regional conflict has created a global impact, and supply chains are increasingly vulnerable to disruption. In this backdrop, digital acceleration, green transformation, and transparent supply chain governance could transform logistics from a fragmented process into a unified end-to-end national capability. For the Navy, these principles carry a direct operational relevance. Maritime safety and security attained through operational readiness and sustained deployment depend not only on ships and personnel, but on the strength of the logistics system that is in place. As we proceed with today's deliberations, I encourage you all to move beyond discussions and towards actionable insight, ideas that can strengthen not only the Navy, but the wider national system. I wish you all success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I request you to remain on the stage for a while. May I now kindly invite Commandant, Naval and Maritime Academy, accompanied by Senior Course Coordinator, to the stage to present a memento to the Chief Guest, the Commander of the Navy, for his gracious presence.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now you may witness the theme outlook of the Logistics Conference 2026.
Trincomalee, heart and soul of the Eastern Province, filled with sandy beaches, sunny skies, and rich culture, also homes the prestigious Naval and Maritime Academy. Setting the standard high at the Naval and Maritime Academy, the long logistics management course is recognized as the highest academic program offered at the institution. Designed to develop strategic thinking and advanced logistical expertise, this prestigious course culminates in the awarding of a Master of Business Administration in Logistics Management. The degree is accredited by the esteemed General Sir John Kothalawala Defence University, ensuring both academic rigor and professional recognition for those who successfully complete the program's comprehensive requirements. The Logistics Conference Trincomalee, organized by the course participants of the Long Logistics Management course, stands as a testament to the professionalism and dedication of the logistics officers of the Sri Lanka Navy. The LLMC number 10 is proud to present the 8th Logistics Conference, centered around a contemporary and timely theme: a thriving nation, a beautiful life. Clean Logistics 2030. Advancing end-to-end logistics excellence in Sri Lanka through digital advancement, green transformation, and transparent supply chain governance. In a world driven by rapid transformation and environmental urgency, clean logistics has become essential for sustainable growth and resilient supply chains. Clean Logistics 2030 focuses on advancing Sri Lanka's end-to-end logistics excellence through digital advancement, green transformation, and transparent supply chain governance. By integrating technologies such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, and the Internet of Things with sustainable transport and energy-efficient infrastructure, Sri Lanka can enhance efficiency, transparency, and global trade competitiveness. Strategically located along major maritime routes, Sri Lanka has the potential to become a trusted, future-ready regional logistics hub. Embracing clean logistics is no longer optional. It is a national imperative for sustainable economic progress. To further explore the conference theme, 3 key research areas have been carefully identified. The first area is digital acceleration as a catalyst for Sri Lanka's logistics backbone. In today's digital era, transformation is essential for improving logistics performance and national competitiveness. Through technologies such as automation, smart systems, and digital trade platforms, Sri Lanka can streamline port operations, improve supply chain visibility, reduce inefficiencies, and empower SMEs. Digital acceleration can strengthen the country's logistics infrastructure and support long-term economic resilience. The second research area is integrating green transformation and sustainability into end-to-end logistics systems. As environmental concerns continue to grow, sustainability has become a critical component of modern logistics. green logistics practices, including route optimization, renewable energy adoption and waste reduction, and circular supply chain models can help minimize environmental impact while improving efficiency. For Sri Lanka, integrating sustainability into logistics systems can create both economic and environmental value. The third and final area is transparent supply chain governance. Transparency, accountability, and ethical practices are essential for resilient and globally trusted supply chains. Strong governance frameworks can improve traceability, strengthen stakeholder coordination, reduce operational risks, and enhance compliance with international standards. By promoting transparent supply chain governance, Sri Lanka can build a more reliable, competitive, and sustainable logistics sector for the future. By embracing digital transformation, managing risks proactively, and committing to sustainability, the nation can secure its place as a resilient, reliable, and competitive player in the global supply chain arena. With the conference theme in mind, we warmly welcome you as we explore innovative strategies, share critical insights, and shape the future of logistics together. Welcome to the Logistics Conference 2026, a thriving nation, a beautiful life, clean logistics 2030.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me now invite Lieutenant Commander Charit Kirinder, a course participant of 10th Long Logistics Management course, to introduce today's keynote speaker for the Logistics Conference 2026.
The Chief Guest, Commander of the Navy, Vice Admiral Kanchana Banagoda, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. It is with great honor and privilege that I stand before this distinguished audience today to introduce a leading academic, acclaimed conference speaker, and celebrated strategy consultant, Senior Professor Ajantha Dharmasiri. Senior Professor Dharmasiri is a renowned scholar in management and a dedicated educator who became the first homegrown senior professor in management of the Postgraduate Institute of Management at the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. His commitment to academic excellence is evident through his leadership as the former director and chairman of the Board of Management of the Institute. Beyond his leadership, Professor Dharmasiri holds a rare and impressive array of professional qualifications, possessing the combination of being a chartered manager, a chartered HR professional, and a chartered electrical engineer. His international academic exposure continues as an adjunct professor at the Price College of Business, University of Oklahoma, the United States of America. He is further recognized globally as a Commonwealth MDSR Doctoral Fellow, a Fulbright Postdoctoral Fellow, and a Commonwealth Postdoctoral Fellow. Professor Dharmasiri's contribution to research and scholarly authorship are remarkable, having served as the editor of the pioneering Sri Lankan Journal of Management. His expertise has led him to serve as an independent director on several boards and contribute actively to various governing councils. Beyond academia, he carries over 3 decades of private and public sector experience, including tenure at multinational organizations such as Unilever and Nestle. He has influenced domain across Asia, Africa, and the Middle East through his extensive consultancy engagements. His leadership in the professional community is unparalleled, as he is the first Sri Lankan to lead both the Chartered Management Institute Sri Lanka chapter and the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, in addition to serving as the Vice President of the Asia Pacific Federation of Human Resource Management. With a wealth of knowledge and a deep understanding of human resource and management dynamics, Professor Dharmasiri continues to inspire professionals globally. He is a scholarly author who has famously transitioned himself from being an engineer of electrical to an engineer of hearts and mind. Ladies and gentlemen, join me welcoming Senior Professor Ajantha Dharmasiri. Over to you, sir.
checking one. Ayubowan, Vanakkam, Assalamu alaikum, good morning. I didn't hear anything. Good morning. Thank you for showing that you are still biologically awake and alert. I'm very happy and delighted to be in this beautiful place, and I was very well looked after since yesterday. So my dear friends, in fact, it is a pleasure and honor to be in front of this august gathering. So all the distinguished people here, I will not mention them name by name, including top brass of military and all academia and all respected invitees, and we all have one thing in common. We are all here to learn something meaningfully. I consider myself as a lifelong learner, and I believe in learning from womb to the tomb. So today will be a great day of learning together. So I'm very happy to be part of that. In that sense, we are all learning partners here. Are you happy about it, being a learning partner? Shall we show our happiness in giving a big round of applause to everyone here? Big round of applause. Thank you. So the topic I thought would be relevant and pertinent in line with your broad theme of the conference, I would say, is logistics excellence. Excellence, in my view, is exceeding expectation, raising the bar higher and higher and higher. It's Kaizen in Japanese, doing things better and brighter. So PIM had been my second home. Price used to be my summer home, and CMI, CIPM are my professional homes. So I am the simple, humble I in PIM, Price, CMI, and CIPM. So these are the things I had been doing locally, regionally, globally, print media, electronic media, social media, and the 10 books that I have written, and then the consultancy engagements over 25 countries. You can see from the costumes here, and then the US teaching, some memories. When the summer is still cold, I get into formal attire. When the summer gets really hot, I get into pair of shorts, which is very common in US. Professors come in pair of shorts. And then some of the glimpses of my research engagements, locally and overseas. I met one of the greatest researchers, in my view, in behavioral sciences, Dr. Daniel Goleman in Chicago. So, what should I say? I was wondering, in front of an expert of logistics, what should I say? I would wear my researcher's hat and try to share some insights with regard to research. I think the research panel is already being set. So something that we need to look at seriously is how to have research insights, research-related reflections, leading to resolutions, and in turn leading to results. So let me talk about research and how it is connected to logistics, logistics-related research. So this is what Albert George said. I think it makes profound sense. Research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought. Seeing the ordinary, thinking extraordinary. That's what we need as researchers, being military and civil alike. How to do that? It's an interesting challenge. So the road ahead, let me pose 3 fundamental questions for us to find answers together. And you might find answers throughout the day together. I'm not an expert in logistics, but I'm enjoying as a consumer of logistics. And I'm concerned about the troubles in logistics around the globe. So what are the 3 questions? Question number 1 is all about, why does logistics-related research need a renewal? Why we need fresh thinking, a refreshing beginning, a new way of looking at it? Let's deliberate. Second one, what should researchers, inclusive of those in Sri Lanka Navy, the Naval Maritime Academy here, what should they do differently? As they say, if you do the same thing again and again and again, you get same old results. If you want something distinctly different, you have to do things differently. So what are the things they need to do differently? And number 3, how should rigor and relevance be sustained with strategic priorities? We are here to talk about strategy. It's about future, how to shape the future. As they say, future belongs to those who create it. So we are here to create the future in one way or the other. So I hope these 3 questions are pertinent, and let's find answers together. So I really respect the remarkable gentleman, and what he said makes so much of sense. Hallmark of a genius is the ability to explain the most complex things in the universe in the simplest possible manner. There are so many people who come and complicate our lives. And I believe myself as a simplifier. And I believe if you can simplify, you can simplify. The highest form of sophistication is simplicity. So let's simplify the complex, convoluted, confusing stuff through research so that we have clarity in moving ahead. That's what I firmly believe as a researcher. So this is how I connect research to logistics. I like this remarkable statement by a greatly admired naval leader. The war has been variously termed a war of production, a war of machines. Whatever else it is, so far the United States is concerned, it is a war of logistics. I was watching television this morning and they have said US has suspended the sales of weapons to Taiwan because they need to collect weapons to the continuation of Iran war. So it's all about logistics. Logistics play a key role in making or breaking a game. So that's where the logistical research comes handy, and it occupies high prominence in regional and global arena as well. So it's a war of logistics. The way you defeated the most ruthless terrorist outfit in the world, and we commemorated that few days ago, it's all about logistics in action. So this is the context that we need to talk about logistics. We have shifted from a VUCA to a BANI world. So what is VUCA? It's a hack term now. So what is VUCA? It was originated in 1985 in American Defense College. Warren Bennis and Bert Nanus coined this term after Cold War. And it's all about the reality surrounding the world during that era. So VUCA stands for, I would call it VUCA 1.0. It's all about volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. We were inheriting a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. In such a world, if that is the reality, what should have been our response? In responding to VUCA 1.0 reality, I propose the response VUCA 2.0. Have a clear vision, have a clear understanding, have good confidence, and be agile in your action, being vibrant, being energetic, and no other example than a vibrant, dynamic military force like Sri Lanka Navy. Rata Vatakara Bendiran Veta, isn't it? The golden fence around the nation. I saw another tagline, we control the waves. Interesting, isn't it? We control the waves. So that's all about having a clear vision, clear understanding, clear confidence, and clear agility. For VUCA 1.0 reality, the response should be VUCA 2.0. Is that relevant to us? Is that applicable to us? I hope you are still awake and alert. Good. But the challenges are even more huge. Why? The world has shifted from VUCA to BANI, the new normal. So what is the new normal? We were talking about new normal after COVID, where we were wearing face masks. Now the new normal is very much familiar to Navy. Why? Homostrait. Homostrait has become the critical bottleneck in the global logistics today, this day and time. Still, there are negotiations happening in Pakistan. There are some Pakistan visitors, I was told. So still, there are challenges. Homostrait. See how the global logistics have affected our bread and butter, our rice and curry, our daily survival. That's the new normal that we have to live with. So I like this gentleman, Jamais Casio, an anthropologist based in California. He came up with this new term, BANI. Some people pronounce it as Bani, but he himself pronounces it as BANI. So, sorry ladies, I think of a Gani. Instead of Gani, I think of BANI. So BANI is all about this. The concept of VUCA is increasingly obsolete. With a new world view, we need a new language. So the new language is all about BANI. So BANI stands for an acronym for 4 different illusions. He used the word illusion, Maya. It's not black or white, it's gray all over. So what are the 4 illusions? It's all about brittle, anxious, non-linear, incomprehensible. Things are fragile, things are breaking away, and people are so tense, anxious, and there's no direct connection between cause an effect. It's not linear like in the Western philosophy, alpha to omega, Greek alphabet. No, it's more cyclic, like in the Buddhist philosophy, more cyclic, chakriya, non-linear, and incomprehensible. It's very difficult to fathom. It's very difficult to understand. It's very difficult to grasp what's going on around. Like the way Donald Trump says one thing today and another thing tomorrow, and now Donald Duck is crying that his name had been abused. So that's the challenging time that we are going through. Brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. So why there are illusions? Illusion of strength. Russia thought it was a cakewalk of acquiring Ukraine. For them, it was a matter of few days, and now it has become a matter of few years. Still, they are struggling. So illusion of strength. Strong nations are not so strong. So we need to be aware of it. And anxious, illusion of control. We are not in control. I was in the UAE, United Arab Emirates, teaching in MBA sessions. And they were telling me a horrific experience they went through. They got 1.5 years of rain, 1.5 years worth of rain within 1.5 days. The so-called smart city was in terrible floods. The trains got derailed underground, and they ran away, leaving their expensive limousines. So, beyond their control. So things are not under control all the time. We had to face that reality. And non-linear, illusion of predictability. So there was an earthquake in Turkey killing more than 100,000 people 3 years ago. Not a single geologist anywhere in the world could predict it accurately. Same with the cyclone Ditwa we had, isn't it? They said it was coming, but we didn't realize that it was so bad. So, illusion of predictability. So I don't blame the Sri Lanka weather department because they have 19th century equipment, still struggling. So illusion of predictability. And finally, illusion of knowledge. COVID was a case in point. We had one vaccine, and there were variants of the COVID coming which did not answer the vaccine, so we had to come with another vaccine, another set of variants, another vaccine, so the story continues. Knowledge is elusive. If you think we know everything, that is the decay. That's the decay. So I always say I'm a learner, therefore I'm sharing what I learn, because knowledge is changing. We are in a changing world. The only permanent reality in the world is change. Everything is changing. So illusion of strength, illusion of control, illusion of predictability, illusion of knowledge. These are the illusions that we have to face, and we are experiencing right now. Illusion of elusive peace in the Middle East is a case in point. If that is the case, what should we do differently? I would propose ignitions, igniting ourselves to be better thinkers and better performers. So against the BANI 1.0 illusions, I would propose BANI 2.0 ignitions. I would call them bold, assertive, neutral, and innovative. They say fortune favors the bold. Sri Lanka Navy is a classic example how bold they were in facing the terrorism. And my good friend Priyantha Pereira, my classmate, who was your former commander, was telling me a lot of stories, how they used thermal sensing techniques to detect the LTT boats coming to the sea, and they blasted them one by one. So being bold and being assertive, be sure, be clear, be confident, assertive. Assertiveness is something that we all need to have. And neutral, be open-minded, without being biased, unbiased, without having any prejudice. Open-mindedness, being neutral, open for new possibilities, new opportunities, and innovative. Future belongs to those who innovate. Innovation, innovation, innovation. Now the war today is technology, high-tech. It's all about innovation. When Iran sent drones, very cost-effective. To counterattack the drones, they have to put more expensive, strong guards. So Iran was having cost-effective, innovative drones. And now the US is reverse engineering to get those cost-effective, low-cost drones being made. That's the way the war is moving. So ask a fundamental question. Are we having these ignitions within us? Are we bold enough? Are we assertive enough? Are we neutral enough? Are we innovative enough? That's the future. If you want to be future-proof, better have BANI 2.0 ignitions. That's my simple advice. Having said that, now the research. Let's locate research in this broader context. I would call it research as research. Researching what we don't know. Dazzling with a puzzle in front of us. something that has not been sufficiently explained, something that has not been sufficiently studied, something that has not been sufficiently analyzed, dazzling with a puzzle, research. That's what we need to do in many fronts, including naval maritime studies. So triple roles for researchers. All those researchers who are here, you need to play these triple roles. So what are those? Researcher, first as a knowledge capturer. You capture existing knowledge and you communicate that knowledge with others. Knowledge communicator. And the pinnacle is knowledge creator. You create something new, what has not been sufficiently explained. You bridge the gap, the research gap, the empirical gap, the practical gap, and methodological gap, and so on and so forth. So first the capturer, then the communicator, then the creator. So it's all about explore, explain, and exclaim. That's what we need. First explore the reality, what are the logistical challenge, and then explain why it's happening, what's happening, why, the reasons, and then exclaim something new, something that others have not done, an unexplored path, road less traveled. That's what we need to do as researchers. And then you have to move from a vicious cycle to a virtuous cycle. So what is this vicious cycle? I'm sure there are academics here who would agree with me. We do a lot of knowledge capturing, and we do knowledge collecting, and we do knowledge contemplating, and we do knowledge continuing, the same set of notes being recycled, being photocopied and distributed, the same set of notes for the past 10 years, again and again and again, like say, old structures. They say it should not be a stale pond, but a flowing fountain. New knowledge, fresh knowledge. So you have to break this vicious cycle, get into a virtuous cycle. So what's a virtuous cycle? Knowledge contemplating, knowledge challenging, knowledge creating, and knowledge championing. There's a new knowledge. That's where the wisdom comes. So I would encourage all of you to do not just contemplating to continuing, but to move from contemplating to challenging. That's the virtuous cycle. Contemplating, challenging, creating, and championing. So be bold enough to challenge the conventional wisdom. Isn't there a new way of doing things? Out-of-the-box thinking comes there. Of course, you need to know the box, but you have to challenge the box in having out-of-the-box thinking. So this is what Peter Senge said, which is very relevant, still profound after 36 years, isn't it? Where we want to be vision, I like your vision 2030, and where we are current reality. There's a gap. Current reality versus the vision we want to be. And that leads to creative tension, the passion within. And that leads to innovation and learning. I think this is the focal point today. With a clear vision, with a clear understanding of where we are right now, with that creative tension, you need to go for learning and innovation. That's what Sri Lanka Navy should do abundantly. That's what any sensible organization should seriously engage in, innovation and learning. This is the locating of research in the current context. So that's where you need to overcome barriers. There can be a lot of pessimism, a lot of negativity. We don't have this, we don't have that, and so on. But I am a cautious optimist. You can overcome many of those barriers. Don't say we don't have skills. We need to develop skills, scope, size, style, structure, source, support. I'm working in the National Science Foundation. We have the funds curtailed, true enough, but still we have ways and means of funding able researchers. We have ways and means of supporting nationally relevant research. If there's a will, there's a way. When the going gets tough, tough gets going. That's what we need to do, isn't it? Overcoming barriers. And rather than cursing the darkness, let's light a candle. So that's where I would come into the broad focus today. That's all about a thriving nation, a beautiful life, clean logistics 2030. I was so impressed by the way you had been carrying the national responsibility torch forward, engaging in cleaning initiatives. But I personally believe cleaning should start from the mind, not kasala, kusala. Start from the mind. Then only it should get into the matter. I have written many articles, cleaning from the mind, then to the matter. So first you need to have a clear mind, sharp mind, clever mind. So clean logistics, 2030. So I was so encouraged to read your strategy 2030, NEVSTRAT. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, NEVSTRAT 2030, which is a very comprehensive document. And then also before that, in 2020, you came up with Maritime Doctrine of Sri Lanka. These are very valuable documents, very research, resourceful documents, I would say. And then it carries a lot of insights. But the challenge in many organizations, including Sri Lanka Navy, and I'm blaming my organization also, we are mostly in strategy crafting, but we are very poor in strategy execution. Great grand strategies are confined to spiral-bound, multicolored volumes and volumes of printed or photocopied documents, but where is the action? Action brings results. So that's why I say you have to shift from crafting to execution. Execution brings excellence. If you want excellence as essence, execution is absolute must. Crafting is only one step. The next step is execution. Execution brings results, expected results. That's what I would strongly recommend. Prioritize the actions and go through the wonderful documents. You have all the enriching insights, but now it's time to put them into action. And I'm very impressed by your three-pronged strategy, and to get a motivation, this gentleman way back during US-Spanish War, US-Philippines War says something very interesting. Strategy and tactics provide the scheme for military operations. Logistics, the means, therefore. Logistics, the means. So strategy can be good, tactics can be good, but logistics is the way to take it forward. The way to take it forward is all about logistics. So how would you execute the crafted strategy of Sri Lanka Navy in taking it forward through logistical initiatives, logistical priorities? So I was so happy to see the three-pronged approach, digital advancement. The world is becoming digital. Now the new generation will be digital natives. But at the same time, it has promises and pitfalls. You would have heard these days this finance ministry debacle and some banks and NDB and so on, a lot of issues. So they say, like terrorism, they have hacktivism. Hacktivism. So hackers and activists, hacktivism. So you got to have clear set of policy. Policy clarity is absolutely important. And clear set of procedures and robust processes, foolproof processes. I was encouraged to hear that you're going to invest in a good firewall, which is absolute must. Hackers are so smart. I remember we had a time where we had to get a virus guard. And then they were creating even more powerful viruses which did not support the virus guard. And then we had to purchase another virus guard, and then they created many more viruses. That is a business. That is a big business. Same thing can happen in digitalized world. So we have to be very clear in being diligent in using digital. Being diligent in using digital. So clear policy framework, clear set of procedures and processes which are regularly audited. In my view, auditing is not policing, but polishing. Not policing, polishing. It's process assurance. The new name for auditing is process assurance. Are you doing the documented processes properly? That's very important. Process assurance. So have schemes to ensure that your processes are robust and they are being done very well. Second one is green transformation, my favorites, and the sustainability of future. I believe in what Seattle said long time ago. The nature does not belong to us, we belong to nature. So I'm thankful to Sri Lanka Navy. They took me around Trincomalee, my first visit to Trincomalee town in my life. I'm ashamed to tell that. But beautiful, the real beauty. I was in Maldives 2 months ago, addressing their national conference. So I was so impressed by their resorts in atolls, the small islands. And I thought how clean their water is and how bad our water is. I'm referring to my hometown in Vattala and so on, that Nigambu. But now I realize how pure our water is in Trinco. We are far better than Maldivian atolls with regard to the clear water, the color of water, the quality of the beach. So we are far better than Maldivian atolls. Now I can proudly say that we have better beaches in East, at least. So thanks to Navy who preserving those things. Thanks to you all who preserve, unlike in Vattala area where they put all pollutants and then the Navy has to come and clean. So that's the attitudinal issue in Sri Lanka. So green transformation. I believe in contributing to carbon footprint reduction. I just came back from Bhutan, the first carbon negative country in the world. Bhutan is a very interesting nation. We met the Prime Minister, who was an advocate of carbon negativity. The first carbon negative country. They became a carbon sink to the neighboring nations like India. So we got to look at reduce, reuse, recycle. Plastic bottles. Plastic bottles is one way of a low-hanging fruit. Reduce, reuse, recycle. I'm sure plenty of opportunities for Sri Lanka Navy to reduce, reuse, recycle. Now they talk about fuel, how to optimize fuel consumption. Not to reduce the petrols, not to reduce the frequencies, but innovative way of having reducing, reusing, and recycling. Even with the digital transformation, paperless, I was told that halfway through you have tendering all online, but when the tender is awarded, everything is printed. I remember at PIM, the largest business school in Sri Lanka, when we went on assignments online, and a resource person came to me and said, can you buy me a printer? I want to get printouts of the online assignments to mark. I said, our mindset also has to be changed with technology. It's not taking printouts to mark. You have to train our eye to look at the screen and mark. So that's a mindset. So paperless should be first a mindset, then the skill set, and then the tool set. So reduce, reuse, and recycle. Third one is the thorny one in my view, which is governance. Transparent supply chain governance, a thorn issue. But one good news, there's some signs of hope from the top. Because the governance, in my view, the way Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, ESCAP, defines governance way back in 2008 as the process of decision making and process by which decisions are implemented. How the decisions are made and how the decisions are implemented. The transparency, accuracy, unbiasedness, that's what we need. And then you can refer back and no ambiguity. Sorry to say, I was enjoying this movie, Rustam, 2016 made Bollywood movie. How many of you have watched Rustam? Interesting, isn't it? Apart from the love story on the surface, it has a hidden story about corruption, malpractices, power being abused, and how purchases are being done in a way favoring some people's pockets and not for the benefit of the national interest. So it has a lot of insight. If you get a chance, watch the movie Rustam. Apart from a love story, you get a lot of insights about governance. In my view, it's a story of governance, a case study on governance. In our MBA, in our institute, we show some movies and we have a movie-based discussion. Of course, not munching popcorns and leaning to someone in a romantic manner, but in a more intellectual manner. We have intellectual discussions on movies. So this could be a good movie for the Maritime Academy to reflect and to refresh and to look at how things are happening. Rustam. And that gives a good idea about governance. And then let me finally come to my favorite area, management. So when you enjoy a Carlsberg, think about Mintzberg. My favorite author in management, Henry Mintzberg, says, management is above all a practice where science, art, science, and craft meet. We have a lot of professions, including military and civil, but management is not a profession, it's a practice that cuts across all other professions. I came as an engineer to management field, and I saw the fascination of management. Engineers need management, doctors need management, lawyers need management, Navy needs management, all professional bodies need management. So why it is art, science, and craft? That's how I would conceptualize art. You envision as a poet, you envision the future, you dream, and you make the dream deliverable. That's what Clean Logistics 2030 dream is all about. It has to be delivered. And then science, exploring as a physician, using the tools and techniques, exploring. And then craft, executing, plumber, fixing, daily operational. So envisioning, exploring, and executing. A poet, physician, and plumber. So I'm sure all researchers here, all seniors here, all leaders here should be envisioning, exploring, and executing. Adjusting the lens from visionary to operational, both. You need to have both. That's what research is all about. That's what logistics is all about. That's what future is all about. With that, let me conclude by referring to John Salk, an American researcher, said, the reward for work well done is the opportunity to do more. Reward for work well done is the opportunity to do more. So you need to get more into research and have resolutions based on research. And these are some of the things that I had been challenging: existing knowledge and employee engagement, my journal, which I was the editor, and then award-winning papers, and a journal publications, many things. It's not just for publicity, and National Science Foundation, and case studies. And this is how I would finish what Aldous Huxley said. I don't know whether he has anything to do with Huxley's Vintage, but I know he's a British philosopher. At the end of the day, what matters is not how much you know, but how much you have done. Knowing should lead to doing. Doing should produce results. Results. The country needs results. The nation needs results. So research into reflections, into resolutions, into results. That's what I invite all of you to deliberate during the day. So may the day be a truly enriching, engaging, and excelling day. I hope this is not your mindset right now. So may the day will be fully enriching, engaging, and excelling day from the bottom of my heart. I wish all the very best for the research, and may it be a day of reflect, refresh, and to relate. Reflect, refresh, and to relate. So the journey continues from good to great. So let this day be a memorable one as well. So let me wish you good luck, bon voyage, happy journey. You can connect with me through LinkedIn. If you do it today, you can be the lucky 16,000th connection. 16,000th connection. So thank you very much once again. Are you happy? I hope that time was useful. Then shall I give everyone a big round of applause here? Thank you and have a good day.
I sincerely thank Senior Professor Ajanta S. Dharmasiri for the energetic, insightful, and thought-provoking presentation. Sir, I request you to remain on the stage for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now respectfully invite the Commander of Sri Lanka Navy, Vice Admiral Kanchana Banakuda, to the stage, accompanied by the Commandant, Naval and Maritime Academy, to present a memento to the keynote speaker, Senior Professor Ajanta S. Dharmasiri. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for another significant event of the day. That is the launching of Logistics Conference e-Journal 2026. Out of many, 40 selected articles have been compiled into the conference e-Journal. To symbolize the official launch, let me now respectfully invite the chief guest to launch the conference e-Journal. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Now you are given access to the e-journals of the Logistics Conference 2026, and all are requested to use the QR codes which are pasted on your chairs to access and download both e-journal and live stream of the conference. Further, you can access the virtual question and answer session at the end of each session through scanning the QR codes. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the inaugural session of the conference. And let me humbly invite the nominated dignitaries for the group photograph. Only the nominated dignitaries are kindly requested at the ground floor with headgears. And I kindly request others to remain in your seats until the group photograph is taken. Ladies and gentlemen, and I now kindly request all of you for the refreshments. Dignitaries with blue lanyards may have your refreshment at Bistro. Dignitaries who are wearing red and yellow handbands may proceed to the lawn in front of the auditorium for the refreshments. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall meet again after 30 minutes to commence the first session of the conference. Thank you.
guest, keynote speaker. Good. Chief guest. Chief guest, keynote speaker, distinguished gathering. Huh? Chief guest, keynote speaker, distinguished gathering. Good morning to you all. All right. Huh? මෙහෙම කරේ.
everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the first session of the Logistics Conference 2026. and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, once again. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the first session of Logistics Conference 2026. The first session will be conducted under the theme of Digital Acceleration as a Catalyst for Sri Lanka's Logistics Backbone. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the first session of the Logistics Conference 2026. The first session will be conducted under the theme of Digital Acceleration as a Catalyst for Sri Lanka's Logistics Backbone. This session will be moderated by Professor Nadira Janadari from University of Kelaniya. Let me now invite Professor Nadira Janadari to take the seat as the moderator and also request three paper presenters, Dr. Vasana Ratnayaka, Lieutenant Commander Channa Singha, and Ms. Hansini Pereira to take their seats beside the moderator. Further, you can access the virtual question and answer session at the end of this session through scanning QR code. Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant Commander Harshana Viduranga will introduce the moderator of first session.
The Chief Guest, Commander of the Navy, Vice Admiral Kanchana Banagoda, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It's my great pleasure and honor to introduce the first moderator for today's conference, Professor Nadira Janadari, a highly respected academic whose knowledge, experience, and leadership will greatly enrich this session. Professor Janadari serves at the University of Kelaniya, where she has made a valuable contribution to the field of human resource management through teaching, research, and academic leadership. She has also served as the university head of the department, University of Kelaniya, Department of Human Resource Management, demonstrating her strong leadership, commitment, and dedication to academic excellence. For nearly 4 years, she has served as the Deputy Director of the CDCE, contributing significantly to academic and administrative leadership. She has further contributed as a conference chair in national and international conferences. Professor Janadari is also a recipient of the Most Outstanding Senior Researcher Vice Chancellor's Award in recognition of her contribution to research and academia. She has an impressive academic background, holding a doctorate, a master's degree in management, and a bachelor's degree in business management. Her academic journey reflects her strong commitment to learning, research, and professional growth. Her areas of interest include human resource management, organizational behavior, research methodology, economics, and accounting. Through her teaching and research, she has made meaningful contributions to academic learning and professional development. Her work has helped many students and young professionals build their knowledge, skills, and confidence in their respective fields. Professor Janadari is also widely respected as a mentor and guide who has inspired many through her dedication to education and personal development. Her years of experience in higher education, together with her leadership roles, reflects her passion for developing future professionals and enhancing academic institutions. With her broad experience, clear understanding, and passion for education, Professor Janadari is the ideal person to guide today's conference. I am confident that under her moderation, this session will be insightful, engaging, and beneficial to all the participants. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor Nadira Janadari as she moderates the first session of our conference. Over to you, ma'am.
So thank you very much, Lieutenant Commander Viduranga, for your nice introduction. Very good morning to all. It is my great pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the first technical session of the Logistic Conference 2026, organized by the Law Logistic Management under the inspiring theme, the Clean Logistic 2030, Advancing End-to-End Logistic Excellence in Sri Lanka through digital will be opened up after all presentations. Without taking much time, I would like to introduce first eminent presenter, Dr. Vasana Ratnayaka. So, Dr. Vasana Ratnayaka, a distinguished academic and researcher in the field of economics. She currently serves as a senior lecturer in the Department of Economics at University of Colombo. Dr. Ratnayaka holds a PhD in economics from University of Southern Queensland and earned both a bachelor's and master's degree in economics from the University of Colombo. Her research interest encompasses health economics, macroeconomics, and econometric analysis, in which she has paid significant scholarly contributions. She has published high-index academic journals and has been recognized for her outstanding research achievements through several prestigious awards, including the Senate Award for Early Career Research Excellence and the 2023 PhD Think Award presented by the Australian Research Council. Dr. Ratnayaka's dedication to academic excellence and impactful research continues to inspire both students and fellow scholars. Then I cordially invite Dr. Vasana Ratnayaka to share her valuable findings on smart logistics as a drive of trade facilitation.
Very good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity, first of all. Today, I'm going to discuss about smart logistics as a driver of trade facilitation, technologies, mechanisms, and policy implications as a literature review. So without taking time, let's move to the introduction of my presentation. So as we know, international trade in the 21st century increasingly relies on information architecture alongside physical commodity flows. The expansion in global value chains, growth of cross-border e-commerce, and adaptations just-in-time production have intensified demand on logistic systems for speed, reliability, transparency, and cost efficiency. So why smart logistics matters? Poor transport infrastructure contains trade more than equivalent tariff barriers. Estimate that each additional day of shipping is equivalent to 0.5% ad valorem tariff. The broader related trade cost at around 44% for OECD countries, highlighting the potential gains for logistic modernization. At the policy level, World Trade Organization's Trade Facilitation Agreement in 2017 reflects the consensus of simplifying trade procedures, and also the World Bank estimates that full implementation could reduce trade cost by 14.3% and increase the global exports by $1 trillion annually, so depending on the logistic performance. So moving on to the literature gaps and research objectives. Based on this, this is a literature review based on existing literature, so we could be able to find out some gaps, especially research fragmented across individual technologies with no integrated framework, and also the digital logistic divide across country income groups largely underexplored. And the third one is casual empirical evidence is limited. Most studies rely on cross-sectional and case-based methods. And also the informal sector impact of smart logistics are largely absent in the literature. So then our research objectives are to develop an integrated framework linking smart logistic technologies to facilitate trade facilitation outcomes. And the second one is synthesize empirical evidence across 5 key technology channels. And the third one is access cross-country disparities in smart logistic adaptations and outcomes. And the fourth one is derive actionable policy implications for governments and the international development bodies. So I will just go through in some theoretical framework. As we know, for this study, we mainly focus on gravity model, which is trade flows increase with GDP, gross domestic product, and decrease with trade cost, like transport delays and administration barriers. And the trade cost theory, soft infrastructure and hard infrastructure both enhance the expert performances. And the transaction cost theory is one of the important theories. Smart logistics reduce information asymmetry and verification cost via blockchain and other technologies. And the fourth one is new economic geography, lower logistic cost enable peripheral economics and SMEs to access in the financial markets very well. Then coming to the main findings. So I am going to discuss about 5 technology channels connecting smart logistics to trade facilitation. So each channel examine 4 mechanism and the trade facilitation effects and empirical evidence. The first channel is digital customs and single window, and the second one is Internet to Thinkers and IoT and real-time cargo tracking. And the third one is AI predictive analysis. Fourth one, blockchain trade documentation. And the fifth one is automated ports warehousing. So then I will discuss one by one their mechanisms and trade facilitation effects using empirical evidence. So moving on to the first channel. So here you can see digital customs and national single window system. So paperless documentation, automated risk assessment, and pre-arrival processing through electronic platforms will be that means the single window systems are the mechanism. So when it's come to the key evidence, you can see the reduced clearance time and the lower compliance cost, and also the improve the implementation of trade facilitation agreements. So as here mentioned, you can see in Albania, imports value has been increased 18%, and the clearance dates has been reduced from 5.7 days to 1.9 days. For example, in Singapore, clearing days less than 10 minutes, and the cost has been declined 30%. Moving on to the second channel, IoT enables cargo tracking and supply chain visibility. So under this, we can discuss under 3 layers: physical layer, data layer, and application layer. Under the physical layer, global positioning systems, radio frequency identifications, and use of robotic warehouses. And under the data layer, cloud, especially cloud computing using IoT networks and storage systems using real-time analytics. The application layer is AI systems, blockchain documentations, digital custom platforms, and single window. When it's come to the trade facilitation impact, so you can see port efficiency, trade finance gap, and also supply chain resilience. Under the port efficiency, predictive arrivals data reduce port congestions and enables free arrival customs risk assessment. When it comes to the trade finance gap, so especially it will reduce the global gap and also reduce information asymmetry as well. Supply chain resilience, the real-time sensor data cuts, the cargo loss, damage, and coordination failure across global value chains. Moving on to the next channel, artificial intelligence and predictive analysis. So here you can see AI cuts inspection rates from 20 to 30% below. After using of AI risk scoring, it become 5%. So while maintaining detection effectiveness, a significant logistic cost reduction can be seen. So on the implementation sector, the demand forecasting, under the demand forecasting, improve supply chain responsiveness and reduce inventory cost and delays. And also the custom risk analysis, especially it enables targeted inspections and free clearance of low risk cargo. And the documentation processing, especially NLP, natural language processing, automative verification, reduce errors, and also it accelerates paperwork and intensive steps. And predictive mechanisms reduce port equipment downtime and also improves vessel turnaround and the terminal efficiency. Then moving to the fourth channel, blockchain-based trade documentation and finance. So here you can see distributed ledger technologies of bills and ledging, and it's coming to the certificates of origins and letters of credit and supported by smart contracts. So then using these technologies, the trade finance speed less than 24 hours, and also it will enhance the accessibility of the SME access to the finance and reduce the administration costs related to the rules and origin compliance. Moving on to the fifth channel, automated ports and warehouse systems. So automated guided vehicles and robotic cranes, artificial intelligence-based yard management systems, port community systems are very important under this. So here you can see the warehouse error reduction is 20 to 35%, throughput increases, and dwell time reduction around PCS, that means port community systems, around 25 to 40%, and here, key technologies and context is automated guided vehicles for container movements and robotic cranes for loading and unloading operations, AI-based yard management and slot optimization. So here I am going to discuss about smart logistic outcomes and cross-country evidence. Here we have included a number of countries representing high income and upper middle income and lower middle income countries. So you can get the idea about income level changes and what are their usage of technologies for their logistic operations. So here, for example, you can see Singapore using TradeNet single window risk scoring for community system. They could able to their custom clearance are less than 10 minutes, and also LPI World Logistic Performance Index, according they are in the rank 1. And also when it's come to the Vietnam, so they have a world customs and modern logistic parks, and also their clearance has been deducted from 12.3 days to 3.1 days. At Kenya, lower middle income country, they are using ICMS cloud customs. The clearance is 8 to 3 days they could be able to reduce, and their present exports has been increases from 23%. Moving on to the digital logistic divide. So here advanced economics, as we mentioned in the previous slides also, the advanced economics such as Germany, Singapore, and Netherlands, Sweden, Japan, and Denmark lead in smart logistics, consistently strong above 4.0 on LPI, and their success stem from sustained investment in digital customs, single window system, port community for platforms, and AI industry 4.0 strategies. When it's come to the emerging markets, smart logistic is closely tied up to global value chain participants, and logistic performance strongly influence firms' ability to integrate into international production networks, often more than tariffs or geography. Then moving on to the least developed countries, LCDs face significant gaps in logistic performance with LPI, logistic performance indicators, scroll far below OECD countries, result in a higher trade cost and limited GVC participation. And the structural constraints are there, including poor infrastructure, weak custom capacities, and the fragmented logistic sectors, and limited digital connectivity. So let's move into the 3 core findings of our study. The literature consistently show that the smart logistic improvements reduce trade cost and enhance trade facilitation. Evidence from gravity model studies and LPI analysis and program evaluation demonstrate a positive significant relationship between logistic performance and the trade outcomes. And multiple mechanisms contribute to this effect, especially customs digitalization, shortened clearance time, and IoT enhances information availability, AI improves risk management, blockchain reduces documentation inefficiencies, and port automation increase operational capacity. These channels are interconnected, indicating that integrated adoption of technologies yields that greatest benefits. The customs digitalization, especially single window systems, emerge as the highest impact of reforms. Moving on to the evidence-based policy implications, prioritize custom digitalization is actually very much important. National single window system, e-documentation and AI risk management yield the highest returns. And also integrate physical and digital investments are important. Smart logistics cannot competence of inadequate port capacity and unreliable energy or poor or road connectivity. And also the third one is establish legal frameworks for digital trade. So legislation, recognition, electronic trade documents is essential for blockchain adoptions. And the fourth one is coordinated support for LCDs, low development countries. Technical assessment, financial aid, and capacity building are needed to close the digital logistic divide. And the regional interconnectivity and the standards, so cross-border platforms and the common data standards are needed. So moving on to the conclusion and future research. So as I mentioned, this is a literature review, quite different from systematic literature review and its meta-analysis, but we use some eligibility criteria to select in literature for our study. So this paper presented a structured and critical review for theoretical and empirical literature on smart logistics as a driver of trade facilitation. And also it examined 5 main technology channels, as I mentioned, digital customs, single window system, internet things-based cargo tracking, and also 5 channels we already discussed, and their mechanisms and also their adaptations we discussed already. So this analysis drew on wide range of sources, including academic studies, as I mentioned, and reports from international organizations covering evidence from advanced, emerging, and least developed economics. So when it comes to the limitations of this study, actually, this is, as I mentioned, it's a literature review, not a systematic and the meta-analysis. So we can improve using the PRISMA guidelines and finding out the spirits of literature reviews and do a deep analysis. So future research, when it comes to the future research, so actually instead of doing cross-country analysis, we can go for a quasi-experimental designs and also technology interaction, which without based on 1 or 2 technologies, the integrated approach will be enhance the reliability and more powerful implications. So moving that, thank you very much for your attention. So I will happy to give answer. If you have questions, I can happy to answer at the end of all presentation. Thank you very much.
So, okay, thank you very much, Dr. Vasana Ratnayaka, for your informative and comprehensive presentation. So then next we'll move to the 8th editions of today's conference, and that let me introduce the second eminent presenter. That is Lieutenant Commander Channa Singh. So the Lieutenant Commander Channa Singh, a dedicated naval officer and logistics professional, currently undergoing the long logistic management course at the Naval and Maritime Academy. Lieutenant Commander Singh received his primary education at Royal College, Colombo, where he established a strong academic foundation while developing leadership, qualities, and the discipline. Following his schooling, he joined General Sir John Katlavala Defense University. He successfully completed his Bachelor's of Science degree in Logistics Management, strengthening both his academic and professional competence in the field of logistics and supply chain operations. Throughout his naval career, he has remained committed to professional excellence, continuous learning, service-oriented leadership, and his dedication to advanced knowledge in naval logistics demonstrate his commitment to contributing effectively to the operational efficiency and strategic capabilities of the service. So please join me warmly welcoming Lieutenant Commander Channa Singh.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning, distinguished gathering. So I'm here to talk about something that this country has lost tens of thousands of lives, and something that if we can act right now, so we can reduce this the cost of our lives. So let's talk about the humanitarian logistics and the operations, why it is keep failing in Sri Lanka, and a digitally integrated and armed forces anchored system, how it is going to improve and how it is going to develop the humanitarian logistics operation. So for that, I'll be going through this roadmap, why we are at a risk and why I call armed forces as the anchor, and research objectives, historical data analysis, 5 major disasters, and at the end, I will give 6 policy recommendations to which is going to be aligned with the Clean Logistics 2030, the national policy. So a nation at risk. Sri Lanka is in a disaster-prone area in the Asia-Pacific region, in the Indian Ocean region, in the intersection of 2 risk zones, and also we are stationed in the major Indian cyclone zones. So these floods, heavy rains and landslides, these are regular customers of us. These are not occasional. So talking about, and also we have lost more than 38,000 people in the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami and 834,000 displaced. So these are not statistics. These are our people, our neighbors, our children. And we are still waiting for the foreign aids to come and reaching our vulnerable people and disaster affected people. And now we are in 2026 and last year 2025, Cyclone Ditwa just knocked the door. Since two decades, 21 years, still same humanitarian logistics fragmentation. No supply chain visibility, poor coordination, it is there. So why I call the armed forces as the anchor? So we are the only positive factor in this country where no civil organization has this unity of command, has this reach, has this capability of responding these disasters. Sri Lanka Army, nationwide ground logistics support, and they can deploy the engineers to reconstruct the roads, reconstruct the bridges. And how about Navy? The most unique thing that we have, amphibious logistics. And also Air Force, they are providing air supports and medical evacuation. They are the ones who have this capability to reach the terrains where the roads are blocked. So investing on armed forces are not merely modernizing the armed forces. It's always about resilience and accountability and also developing our armed forces to ready and to face the disasters. So the critical gap that I found, that armed forces, we have the willingness, we have the capability, but what we don't have is the digital readiness. So I will go through these research objectives. I will analyze historical disasters from 2004 to 2025 and digital readiness benchmarking against the UNCHR and one of the most advanced humanitarian logistics operations, Japan, Australia, and World Food Program, and E2E integration framework, and technology impact prioritization and implementation roadmap, which is going to align with the Clean Logistics 2030 policy, and at the end, 6 policy recommendations. So let's talk about the historical disaster analysis from 2004 to 2025. Indian Ocean tsunami, as I discussed earlier, so we actually suffered, our morality was down. But the only thing, we were entirely dependent on foreign aids. And still we can say, we might say, we didn't have any ERP system, we were not prepared, yes. But 2025, Cyclone Ditwa, after 2 decades, 21 years, still we don't have a ERP system, we don't have GIS mapping, we don't have IoT asset tracking, nothing. So this is where we stand after 2 decades. So the 4 unavoidable conclusions that I come here is the structural. Our logistics failures are structural, it's not situational. From 2004 to 2025, as I described you, so we are not actually improving, we are not investing on the digital readiness. So widening, our technology gap is widening. Our neighboring countries and most of the countries, they are actually embracing, they are actually investing on the digital readiness. They're investing on humanitarian logistics operations now. And the constraints, The armed forces, we have the willingness, we have the capability, we are the ones who respond to disasters, but no one is investing on us. No one is actually improving our digital readiness to prepare for the disasters, future disasters at least. Urgent, what is urgent? We need investments to uplift the humanitarian logistics operations in this country. So the digital readiness assessment, I am going to take Sri Lanka against one of the best, world best practices, UNCHR, World Food Programme, Fritz Institute, and Japan, Australia, and our neighboring countries. So look at where we are. So we are nowhere here, nowhere near to at least to improve, at least to have a drone logistics system, at least to have a GIS mapping system, and also IoT tracking. If I just go through this, these are the main domains that actually improve the humanitarian logistics support, humanitarian logistics operations. The AI predictive analysis, so look at where Sri Lanka is. We scored only 1.5. How about the global best practices, 8.5. So we don't have AI anticipatory systems, which is located in meteorological department at least. We are not prepared. We are not pre-positioned. Actually, we have poor, what we have is poor visibility, poor coordination. This is what we have. And ERP systems, no ERP systems. What we have to do is we have to implement a ERP system in the armed forces. Especially if we can implement that in Sri Lanka Army, yes, we can do. We can coordinate with them and we can have it. And IoT asset tracking, we need to have something IoT asset tracking with the military trucks. We can have our military trucks are going to distribute these relief items, so we can have this. At least to have a donor accountability. We are actually answerable for their questions. And drone logistics, especially we have Sri Lanka Navy and Sri Lanka Air Force, we have drone logistics, drone operations units, so we can actually invest on them to improve it to drone logistics for last mile delivery. And GIS disaster mapping, and also finally the blockchain traceability. So I will give a digital end-to-end integration framework. The first layer starts from the anticipatory and preparedness. We are going to establish an AI analytics system in the meteorological department, and we are going to link Army, Navy, and Air Force with this, and we will be receiving pre-disaster alerts 48 to 72 hours. So we will be receiving all these disasters. We can pre-plan and we can pre-position ourselves, and we will identify the most disaster-prone areas. So we are prepared. And the response and coordination, so armed forces. So we have to have a coordination between the civil organizations and also with us. Because civil organizations working separately, armed forces are working separately when a disaster comes, and also government is working separately. This is not what we need. All these organizations had to coordinate together, and we have to face the disaster. And accountability and learning at the end. Accountability, we are accountable for our donors, and also the learning program. So we have to educate, we have to train our men at the end to face the disasters and also to embrace the digital technology. Let's talk about the civil military coordination. I'm proposing a humanitarian logistics council, which is going to be a permanent one, not a committee that actually get together when there's a disaster. No, this should be there. Entirely we have to plan, we have to pre-plan, and then we have to invest on the digital assessments, and also we have to have a unified command for this. And we can align this, whatever the objectives, with the Clean Logistics 2030 policy, national policy. So the implementation roadmap, the target is 40% reduction in the disaster response. And for that, phase 1, 2026 to 2027. So we are going to have a foundation process. So establish a National Civility Coordination Council. And also, we have to implement ERP process within the armed forces. Second, the integration process, blockchain air tracking, and also Sri Lanka Air Force and Sri Lanka Navy, we can develop the drone logistics capability. And at the end, the optimization, national KPI dashboard, And we are going to have a framework which is going to be equal and not equal. We can have that framework in line with the UNCHR and Fritz Institute, Japan and Australia, some developed countries. And then we can assess whether we have achieved the objectives at the end. So these investments, I have taken it as an assumption because we are actually going through economic crisis, but this is an assumption, but we can improve this. So the 6 policy recommendations, 2 critical policy recommendations are mainly establishing the National Civil Military Humanitarian Logistics Council. As I told you, this is not going to be a temporary one, a committee that actually get together when there's a disaster. This is going to be a permanent body. And the next one, implementing the ERP within the armed forces. This is very important. And the next one, the high-level impacts, the commissioning of National Humanitarian Logistics Digital Assessment. Yes, they are the ones who actually assessing what are the requirements, what are the digital advancement that we need for the armed forces, and also developing operational drone logistics capability in Sri Lanka Air Force and Sri Lanka Navy. At the end, launching AI-enabled anticipatory humanitarian logistics pilot program. That is going to be the next thing, because we have to have AI analytics, because now this world is going with AI analytics. And the aligning all these digital investments with the 2030 clean logistics policy. And at the conclusion, I must say, we are a disaster-prone country. No disasters actually coming and just knocking the door. We have to pre-plan, we have to pre-position ourselves, and for that, our armed forces are there, so we have to invest on the digital readiness. So that, because of that, we have to invest and we have to align from today, from this year onwards to 2030, we have to invest on digital readiness, especially humanitarian logistics operations. So a thriving nation and a beautiful life is not going to be a slogan, that is going to be a reality. So thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, Lieutenant Commander Chanasera Singh. I think that you already did a very impactful the presentation, which by highlighting all the gaps, like the contextual gap, then the empirical gap, and the other knowledge gaps also. The topic is very relevant to the team as well. So that without taking much time, I would like to introduce the next 2 eminent presenters, because that we are having 2 presenters for the final presentation. So then one is the PhD Pereira. So that Miss PhD Pereira, a committed academic and emerging researcher with a strong interdisciplinary background in management and technical sciences. She possesses valuable industry experience as a business analyst at MAS Holdings, where she developed practical expertise in business analysis and strategic operations. Currently, she serves as a tutor in the Department of Management and Finance at General Sir John Kothalavala Defence University, where she conducts lectures and provides academic support for management and technical science program. She has also contributed as the coordinator of the BSc in Management program, demonstrating strong academic leadership and organizational capabilities. Ms. Pereira graduated with first-class honors in BSc in Management and Technical Sciences, reflecting her dedication to academic excellence. She is presently pursuing her MPhil at University of Moratuwa. Then we'll move to the next presenter, joining with the same presentation. She is T.D. Suryarachi. So, an enthusiastic academic and researcher specializing in logistics and supply chain management. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Logistic Management with specialization in supply chain management, and is currently pursuing her Master of Business Administration at University of Kelaniya. Ms. Suryarachi currently serves as a tutor in the Department of Management and Finance at General Sir John Kothalavala Defence University, where she conducts lectures and academic support sessions in logistic management. Alongside her teaching responsibilities, she actively engages in academic research related to logistic management, entrepreneurship, sustainable transportation, green logistics. So I cordially invite for both presenters to share their valuable thoughts on driving the logistic backbone and AI-enhanced continuous improvement framework.
So good morning all. So first, let me invite you to think about the Colombo port, which is playing a crucial role in Sri Lanka's logistics industry. So in 2025, it identified as the top transshipment hub in South Asia, which handling around 8 million TEUs annually. So beneath of all these rankings, we can improve the efficiency of Colombo Port as well as in the logistics industry by engaging with AI as well as the IoT and all the technologies. So in our study, we are focusing about the driving the logistics background with having the support of AI enhanced continuous improvement framework for resilient supply chain operations in Sri Lanka. So in this study, we are focusing about the context and the motivations, as well as some structural pain points, that means the challenges, as well as some digital accelerations like IoT, AI, and the machine learning part, and also some case studies like the empirical evidences, and also we are proposing some 3 phases of something like a phase roadmap to avoid any inefficiencies in logistics management and enhance the efficiencies in supply chain management as well. So why this topic matters most? So let me first go through about the background of the study. So the economic cost of supply chain fragility, so that means the global supply chain disruptions cost approximately 4 trillion per year, equivalent to 5% to 6% of global GDP. So that means we need to consider about the logistics industry, how to integrate with AI as well as the technology. So major events like the COVID-19 pandemic situation, as well as the geopolitical frictions, as we all aware about the geopolitical frictions, and also the about the contradictions, and also the Suez Canal blockage exports severe limits in traditional reactive supply chain models. So Sri Lanka Logistics Network requires immediate continuous tracking and dynamic resiliency in terms of about the AI as well as the IoT. So the research problem, so we identify in this study in mainly 3 terms or the 3 pillars. So the first one is about lagging metrics. So that means mainly the traditional operations, mainly considering about the heavily on historical as well as the trends, lagging data sets, failing to signal real-time disruption threats. And the second pillar is about siloed architecture. So that means independently all the departments working without having an integration part. So siloed data repositories choke visibility. So because of that, we need to focus about how to integrate all these functions and the departments to gain the efficiency in the logistics management. So the third pillar is about slow review cycles. So quarterly and annual continuous improvement review cycles lack the speed required to dynamically shift operations under highly volatile environment in logistics industry.
So good morning all. Starting from here, I'll take the story telling about how AI has been implemented and impacted into the supply chain networks. So as you can see, like nowadays, it's not new thing, which means like artificial intelligence, machine learning, all of these technological stuff into the non-tech industries as well. So if you look at this, so there is a huge shift has been driven in the supply chain perspective as well. So they have done some like autonomous optimization, because think of that, like somebody is telling, okay, last week we had a shortage of raw materials last Tuesday or Thursday. So that's a fact which we have understood, which is related to the historical data. But with those, all the new technologies, the support of with the new technologies, we can predict it few days ahead. So we can take the precautions for them as well. So apart from that, we can train our networks, because we all know in machine learning, so it has like what we call like, so basically we can train these algorithms and modules and the machine learning with the deep learning support. So it called as supervised training. But here they can have these self-learning networks, which mean unsupervised learning, like unlearning processes, rethinking, and they're taking the precautions and the predictions by using the provided data. So as well as like these AI tools, people may think, okay, they can work by their end. No, we need some human collaboration in order to monitor them and like control some areas as well. Moving on. So these are something, the insights which we have found out from the literature, basically. So there are some theories which we have embedded, like Lean Six Sigma theory and theory of constraints. Such theories we can use into the centralized AI system, like instead of using singly, we can use as a combined study. And apart from that, we all know like how this cognitive system design can be supported, because when it comes to this any kind of a framework which is related to the networking, so this cognitive system works, which means like how our human brain is working. So it's similar when it comes to the machine as well. So moving on, right. So as our keynote speaker very specifically mentioned about like this technological advancement, it's not about like gaining more profit or speeding up the processes. It's about like more into the responsibility. We all as human beings, we have a huge responsibility to make and think about our environmental concerns as well. So if we want to be in a sustainable business environment, so we have to think about people, planet, as well as profit, not only prioritizing the profit. So that's because of that, these national policies has also been introduced, like Clean Logistics 2030, as well as the other part is the transparent governance, because we have to have and be ethical whenever which we are doing any kind of this technological supportive things, as well as we need to be much more responsible about whatever the things which we are doing, whether it can be the harm in the environment or not. So these are some automation and monitoring systems which we can very easily think about. So if you think about pharmaceutical products, so in that kind of products, we need these IoT sensor nodes, which means it can measure about the temperature, moisture, and other constraints at the moment and provide live data. As well as we can have some RFID and ledgers, which means like electronic documentation, and we can use those things to verify when it comes to the custom clearances process. As we all know, it has been kind of an obstacle for the industries. As well as this computer vision, it's very much easy if we can maintain like smart yards. And so moving on to the next slide. So this predictive analytics has been another popular thing, because it can showcase about demand sensing, predictive maintenance, and anonymous scanning as well. So all of these things can showcase like how easy these systems has been converted. So as an example, like based on this demand sensing, we can allocate our resources in more efficient manner. So here, there are some studies which has been proven, like people are telling about this the predictions. So in historical days also, we have done the predictions in the industry. It's not something very much new. But the thing is, those predictions through the like manual systems or whatever the stuff, it has been only given like 60% of accuracy. But if we can use this new machine learning support and all the AI support, so we can make it up to 85% to 9%. So that means a very huge cost saving margin. Moving on. So as thinking about all of this, there are some prescriptive autonomy which we can think about, like dynamic inventory, route optimization, and adaptive scheduling. So I'm happy to say, in the industry, we can already see this route optimization in some organizations and this adaptive scheduling as well. So they have already using these technologies, and I think we are on middle of the way of this new technological adaptation era. So data plays a huge role when it comes to any kind of supply chain work. So here, we all know like organizations have ERP systems and they have separate warehouse management system as well as transportation management platform and other platforms as well. But if we can integrate all those interconnected, so then the decision-making process can be much more easier. As well as we can deploy some natural language processing models in order to analyze some real-time data which can be gathered from those IoTs. And then we can reduce the paperwork and we can support to that carbon footprint saving concept as well. So when it comes to these advanced operations, I know like digital twin power is something which is newly, the people tend to work on this. So digital twin power is basically we are using the IoT and other technological devices in order to track all of the current real-time processes, and we can use the physical all the warehouse operations and the other operations, but we use those Internet of Things, get to the support of that. So another fact is like chain optimization. So here, like we have to think about the resource optimization because we know like we are in economic crisis kind of thing. So optimizing these resources can be much more helpful to gain kind of a huge profit margin in order to the industrial organizations, as well as we have to think about carbon footprint minimization, as I told earlier as well, which is highlighted by our keynote speaker very specifically because we have to think about our environment and planet all the time. Otherwise, as human beings, I know like the survival of this world is not an easy if we don't think about that. So, over to you.
Yes, so with having that much of idea about the AI, then IoT, machine learning, let me consider about the industry. So mainly the cross-industry evidences, we divide it into two. So the first one is about manufacturing and the retail sector, and the other one is 3PL, stands for third-party logistics. So considering about the manufacturing in industry, so it relies on IoT sensors, so which mainly to machine logs and also to collect data. And also in retail sector, it utilizes POS sales, that means the point of sales, and registries, which enhance the loyalty apps and also online search trends to optimize the inventory management systems to do the processes without any inefficiencies. And considering about the third-party logistics, so in logistics hub, it leverages GPS telemetry and shipping lane charts and custom databases to optimize the paths and estimate precise port delivery times, so that means the estimated time of arrival. So demonstrate that AI value relies on tailored integration with domain-specified data structures. So considering about the AI evolution, so mainly it starts from the traditional AI, but then it converted into generative one, then converted into agentic one. So considering about the current situations in the world, so in Singapore, they are mainly considering about this agentic AI. But in Sri Lanka, we are currently doing the processes and the logistics processes mainly in generative AI. So we need to focus about the agentic AI, which more than support the asking a question and giving the solution. More than that, we need to focus about the agentic AI as well. So the case study highlights, so considering more than the logistics, so considering about the Zara, so that means the fashion and the apparel sector, and the Amazon, so it means the e-commerce fulfillment centers, and the Walmart grocery replenishment centers. So these are some of the evidences from the industry using these AI and the IoT platforms. So considering about the DHL and the MERS relevant to logistics industry, so it's dynamic route and asset relocation optimization, which mainly using these AI and the machine learning integration methods. And the primary and also the outcome is about reduced carbon footprint. So considering about the sustainability as well as the green logistics practices, it optimal the ETA accuracy as well. So the typical cost reductions, so as we all aware about the logistics history, so mainly it identify as the cost as well as the speed of the logistics industry. But considering with the ongoing trends in the world, we need to focus about the technology as well, rather considering about the cost reduction as well as increasing the speed of the logistics processes. So we can focus about the inventory holding cost and transportation expenses, warehouse labor demand, and cargo expediting cost as well. So the proposed framework for our empirical reviews and the empirical evidences, we identified that proposed like the framework, which consists with 3 phases. So the first one is about sense, and the second one is about learn, and the third one is about adapt. So sense means we can collect the data based on the IoT as computer vision feeds and also the external APIs. Then we can learn. So that means we can consider about the data and we need to turn those data into information to collect and also to make the decisions in effective manner. And then the adapt means the execution phase. So that means based on the collected data, we converted them into information, and based on that, we can take the decisions in effective manner. So this is the strategic roadmap. So based on the empirical evidences, we found out that 3 phases. So the roadmap is considered with crawl phase, then the walk phase, and also the run phase. So the crawl phase means basically in current situations also, some of the organizations in Sri Lanka, the logistics industry, some of the organizations still they are focusing about the traditional methods. So let's say in freight forwarding industry, most of the companies, they are updating the tracking, the shipment tracking based on the manual processes. But in other developed countries, they are mainly focusing about the AI platforms, and they are integrate the AI with their ERP systems to track their shipments. Then the work phase means we can deploy localized IoT sensors, establish machine learning, and also we can do the forecasting things as well. So the run phase means we can connect the full phases. So that means the overall integration part. So this is the roadmap that we can focus about the crawl, walk, and the run phases. So considering about the Sri Lanka's local impact, as we all aware that strategic location that we have, we can enhance the logistics processes in Sri Lankan context, and also resilience focus, as our keynote speaker mentioned, that logistics has the ability to make the game, or we can change the game as well. So resilience focus, we can enhance the supply chain reliability, securing Sri Lanka's position as an essential South Asian maritime logistics gateway. So execution obstacles, so that means the challenges. So there are mainly 3 challenges we found out from the empirical evidences. The data quality gaps, so that means we are mainly focusing about the manual entries and the traditional methods, rather focusing about applying all these IoT and the machine learning platforms. And the second one is about integration silos. So as we consider about the silos, that means individually we are focusing about the departments, rather focusing about the integration part. And the third one is about user trust and buy-in. So that means operators are often hesitant to adopt AI because of the resistance to change and all. So strategic summary from our study, so socio-technical priority, so mainly success hinges on combining advanced digital tools with updated human processes and robust upskilling programs. So we can mainly targeting about how to train the people to avoid the resistance to change in organizations. And also proactive resilience, rather focusing about reactive phases, we can focusing about the proactive phases by giving the solutions by using the IoT as well as the AI. The competitive advantage, adopting an AI-enabled continuous improvement engine secures long-term success in volatile global markets. So as I mentioned earlier, we can focus about the competitive advantage as well, since we are performing well in South Asian region as the top transshipment hub, we have to compete with the Singapore as well as other countries. So they are using this agentic AI. So we also need to focus about this generative AI as well as the next phase of agentic AI as well to give the competitive advantage in the logistics industry. And these are the references, and thank you for your listening.
Thank you.
So, okay, thank you very much for your informative and comprehensive presentation, Ms. Pereira and Ms. Suryarachi. So then, actually, again, I would like to thank all the presenters that the time is running up and that we should have to now focus on the discussion forum so that the audience that you warmly invite for the observations and the recommendations and any sort of questions. This is the time for you.
Good morning to everybody. This small question to you. What is the clearance period, custom clearance period in Sri Lanka? What is the clearance period, custom clearance period in Sri Lanka?
Okay. So actually, in our study, we focus on developed countries, developing countries, and least developed countries. When it's come to the Sri Lankan context, I think Chatula can add for that answer. My co-author is there, so can you elaborate that one, actually?
So thank you for the question. So basically, in the context of Sri Lanka, what we see is the clearance time depend on the cargo, and if it's green channel, so we can clear the things out. But when our concern is more towards the exports, trade facilitation from the trade facilitation, what we are focusing is from more exports. But the question is about the custom clearance. But if the custom clearance require other additional certification, maybe from TRCL or maybe from SLI, so the time will take. So that's why we are promoting national window concept. So basically that depends for your question. The answer is that depends on the cargo and the country of origin. If the importer or the consignee is under the green channels, which very easy within 1 day you can do, but depend on the other certification required, the time might change. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Commodore Mendes. First of all, I think I should congratulate all the panelists for well compiled presentations, and especially I should congratulate Channa, Lieutenant Channa Serasinghe. Channa, I think you have done a great piece of work. I would be making a comment on these presentations. Dr. Vasana Ratnayaka and Ms. Suryarachi and Ms. Pereira were discussing basically about digitalizing smart logistics, AI, implementation of AI. I guess I too agree that we should move on and embrace the technology, but there is another side that we should not get exposed to cybercrime. And I think we should address that before we step into technology. And Channa, you were discussing about humanitarian logistics, basically responding for disasters. But prior to that, I guess we need to prevent. We need to have a mechanism to prevent these disasters. Like we should not occupy the landslide prone areas, and we should strengthen our meteorology department, I would like to know the thoughts of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question and the comment actually. So as we mentioned, so there is a risk, right? So if we adapt in anything, so there is a risk. So if we are go for a fully automation, so we should have a strategic forms to reduce the risk as well. So that part is very much important. If we given all the maintenance and handling point to the AI, so there is a lacking point. So the human involvement is also needed. The continuous focus in operations and continuous management is also very much important for that, because we can't give 100% we can't rely on 100% on AI, but we have to use our human brains as well. Yes.
My question is for the Lieutenant Commander Sarah Singh. He was talking about the disaster management. I remember when I was in 2004, when we had the tsunami, I was the DG log at that time, and we were able to establish a rehabilitation center, and we were able to send 74 lorries around the country. As you very rightly said, it is the military that will have to take the initiative and take action appropriately. Similarly, we all had this Ditwa recently. That is also a national calamity. Thereafter, till 2013 that you were talking about, what action that you are trying to implement or suggest to the authorities to have a solid solution for this?
So what I'm proposing, sir, the critical requirement is that we need to have a Humanitarian Logistics Council. Of course, I was talking about that in my presentation. So it is a critical requirement, because this is not going to be a committee that is actually getting together when there is a disaster. We cannot do after the disaster. We don't do anything. We don't have to do anything, because cost of our lives and the infrastructure damages are there. So what we really need is a committee that is going to be under the Parliament or Ministry of Defense, and coordinating with the Meteorological Department, Disaster Management Center, Armed Forces. So we have to have a unified command, and we are pre-planning for the disasters. So we will be getting pre-disaster alerts, and if we invest on the AI analytics and all, so we will be getting pre-disaster alerts because of that, so we can pre-plan for the disasters. And also, Sir, Commodore Mendes was asking what are the what we can do before the disasters and how to stop the landslides and all. So as we all can remember the Arnaik incident, so we were not actually using UAVs, and we could have saved lives. And we have committees that actually comes after the disaster. So we have to have something, a council, which is actually pre-planning for disasters. So I think this is the main thing that we need to have. And the next thing that we have to have a needs assessment council. What are the things that we need to invest on, and what are the technologies that we need to invest on, and how about the learning, and how about the objectives, whether we have achieved the objectives, to assess that. So we need to have an assessment council as well. So these two are critical when responding to humanitarian disasters like this.
Thank you very much, and congratulate for all the panels. Vasana, congratulations. Most of the time that you usher undergraduates to here, now today you are in the stage. Wonderful to see that. My first question to Vasana. Now you talk about the your objectives 3 and 4. It is a blockchain and smart warehousing. And throughout the lecture that you explained the importance of the blockchain, but at the end that you talk about the legal complexity of implementation of blockchain. Upon my reading that Philippines, Singapore, even MSC, C-SPAN, all these shipping liners also are finding so much of difficulty without having a proper legal identification of the platform to implement blockchain. That was the main gap right now in the world, because blockchain is a wonderful tool. And adding to the correction made by the Commodore Mendes, he called about the cybercrime. So blockchain is the wonderful platform, because it ensures the traceability, the accountability, and transparency in the transactions. So the other corrections to the two girls who presented, you completely overruled human aspect, because all these technologies that you can use, we have Asukuda, we have all these machine learning, predictive analysis, IoTs, but whom that you use it? Those humans. So you have to train human in the proper technological manner to invest to the future. I request to answer for that.
Okay, thank you very much for the comments and the question as well. So actually, when it's come to the blockchains, the reason is in Sri Lankan context, still we are depending on the lot of red tapes. And also if we have transparency and also the information available, then we can reduce the information asymmetry, then reduce the moral hazard, and also other problems arise with. So then if we have any efficient way of handling all those things, we can increase the effectiveness and reduce the cost. And also I'm asking Chatula, do you have anything to add for this question?
So it's a very valid question. So basically, what we are seeing, the trade facilitation in our context, what we did was about discussing the trade facilitation, why we need the trade facilitation. In the context of current Sri Lankan economy, if I add something, what we learned, we haven't learned from anything. So 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago in 2022, the same news, we heard that exchange rate was rising, but still today we are hearing that. Why? Our country is depending on imports. So our country is a country which is depending on imports, but cutting down imports does not give any kind of a solution to this problem. So what we should focus is on export promotion. So from the research about trade facilitation and how smart logistics will affect that, what we were trying to do is what technologies that we can adopt in the context of Sri Lanka to promote our exports, basically to minimize the transaction cost. That is what we were looking at. But there are kind of risk, as we all mentioned about the cybersecurity issues, there are problems, yes, true. But we are a country that not up to that level of IT literacy in terms of new technology. So what we can get is, from these findings is, we need to find solutions based on our capabilities. So that is what we should do. Rather than getting everything from other countries, we need to select the things which we can use in our country in order to promote exports. Otherwise, we will have the same issue by 2028 when we start to repayment the loans. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you for the question, first of all. So speaking about this, I want to start this in a way. So if we are very much talking about this artificial intelligence, the things of internet and everything, but let me remind you, this artificial intelligence and all of these things has been not started very soon. It was the researchers has doing these things, the studies around 30 to 20 years back. So this was the outcome product which we are using, either ChatGPT and all of these technological things. But that's very true, sir, you said. So it has been developed by our human beings. So that's why we are telling, in the presentation also, I guess I mentioned about, so that supervised learning and unsupervised learning. So whenever there's a model or whatever the framework or the things which we are doing, initially we do in the supervised learning. That means the machine learning engineers, AI engineers, and all of these top professionals, they're monitoring these systems, and throughout the time also they're monitoring. The monitoring process is happening, and when it comes to the there can be people like the employees who is coming into the industry, the freshers, so they don't know anything about that. But as from my industry experience as well, so in the very first day or the week, they're having some orientation and small training period. So in that training period, majority of the employees are encouraged to learn these things. They are giving the trainings even in the recorded versions of learning or through the e-learning platforms as well. So they are giving plenty of the opportunities to learn, as well as they are encouraging, and end of the year they are assessing that as well. So that's how these programs are there already in the industry in order to support these human beings, in order to adapt and learn about these new processes and work on these new technological stuff. Tarashika, do you want to add anything?
So that we can allow only one more question for the audience.
Yes, so I'll add to that part as well. So thank you for the question, sir. So mainly, yes, of course, we cannot totally rely on AI, IoT, and all the technologies. So in our presentation also, we mentioned that we identify 3 phases in a framework. So we need to adapt. The third phase is adapt. So mainly, we need to train our employees and also how to do these and how to enable the AI and the IoT, all the technologies, to get the maximum out of that technologies. So basically, in most of the industries, like apart from the logistics, in industries they are using these ERP systems and all. So in companies, most of the people, they are reluctant to change because of this AI or maybe the technological advancements. So let's say about the Gen Z people, so they are more connect with the technology and all, but considering about the middle-aged people, like the employees, they are reluctant to change because of not having a proper idea about the AI or maybe IoT and all. So definitely we need to combine all these training sessions and also the AI or maybe the IoT things, because we need to go with the flow and we need to get the competitive advantage, since this is logistics, and we need to connect with other countries, and always we are connect with clients from other countries. So we need to consider about the integration part, as you correctly said, sir. Thank you.
So thank you very much for all insightful and very informative presentations and very valuable discussions also running. And I think that all the presenters already did commendable contribution to the significant contribution to the theory as well as for the practical aspects, so that I think that there may be policymakers, decision makers, so that respectful audience, that you can use whatever the conclusions that whatever the findings derived by the eminent presenters for your future strategic decision-making procedures. So then when we consider about the time, I show that I think that since the scheduled time is running up, that we should have to go for the summing up of the segment, and that I would like to brief about whatever the presenters already present here today. So that first presenter, smart logistics as a drive of trade facilitation, technologies, mechanisms, and policy implications, a literature review done by Dr. Vasana Ratnaik. I think that in that presentation, she showcases how smart logistic technologies such as artificial intelligence, then the Internet of Things, IoT, the blockchain, digital custom systems, and that automated ports improve international trade efficiency. So then whatever the logisticians here, that you can use that useful insights for your practical decision-making procedures, as well as that when we move to the second presentation, digital end-to-end integration in humanitarian logistics, presented by Lieutenant Commander Chanasera Singha. This presentation argues that Sri Lanka's disaster response systems remains fragmented and technologically outdated, despite repeated experience with major disasters. So that, and also that he identified significant gaps, specifically that whatever the things we need doing research, specifically we should have to identify that gaps to do the research, whatever it is a practical gap or an empirical gap or a knowledge gap, so that clearly highlighted those gaps and also presented the roadmap to address those gaps, demarcating that drone logistics, GIS mapping, and black-bone chain transparency. So then move to the third presentations by T.D. Suryarachi and that HTP Pereira on driving the logistic backbone and AI-enhanced continuous improvement framework. I think that they examine how artificial intelligence can transform Sri Lanka's logistics and supply chain sector from reactive operations to proactive, data-driven decision-making. So that it highlights the benefits of AI, predictive analytics, machine learning, and digital monitoring. So I conclude in these three presents that I would like to suggest for all these presenters that better if you can integrate some emerging trends that which we can use for the logistics and supply chain management for the strengthening of decision-making procedure. So that as we, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of this session, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to all presenters, researchers, and distinguished guests and participants for their valuable contributions and active engagement throughout the conference. So finally, the Naval Academy for making this conference a successful and enriching event. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank Professor Nadira Janadari for moderating the first session and for eminent speakers for presenting much valuable and informative papers. May I now request the Director General Logistics, Rear Admiral Achal de Silva, accompanied by Senior Course Coordinator of 10th Long Logistics Management Course, to present mementos to the resource personnel for conducting a productive session. I invite Professor Nadira Janadari to accept the memento. First speaker, Dr. Vasana Ratnayaka. The second speaker, Lieutenant Commander Channa Serasinghe. The speakers of third paper, Ms. Hansini Pereira. And Ms. Tarushika Suryarachi.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, along with this, we conclude the first session of the Logistics Conference 2026 and we break the session for lunch. Invitees who received invitation cards are requested to proceed to the banquet hall. Those who received red color handbands are requested to proceed for golden lounge, and those who received yellow color handbands are requested to proceed to Naval Institute. All invitees are requested to be seated by 13:05 hours for the second session. Thank you.
Check, test, check, 1, 2.
Testing one. Testing one. Right. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. The second session of the conference will be conducted under the theme of Integrating Green Transformation and Sustainability into End-to-End Logistics Systems. This session will be moderated by Senior Lecturer Buddhini Amaratunga from the University of Wayamba, and two speakers are lined up for this session to present their respective papers. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now invite Senior Lecturer Buddhini Amaratunga to take the seat as the moderator, and also request Commander Lakshita Serasinghe and Mrs. Kalani Madhuvanti to take their seats beside the moderator. Further, let me remind you that you can access the virtual question and answer session at the end of this session through scanning QR code. Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant Commander Gayanka Satarasinghe will introduce the moderator of the second session.
Respected invitees, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my distinct privilege to introduce the second moderator for today's conference, Mrs. Buddhini Amaratunga. A beacon of academic and professional excellence, Mrs. Amaratunga brings an exceptional blend of expertise, dedication, and scholarly insight to the second session of this event. Mrs. Amaratunga is currently pursuing her doctorate in management at the prestigious Management and Science University in Malaysia, reflecting her deep commitment to advancing academic and research pursuits. Her academic foundation is equally impressive, having earned a Master of Business Administration and a Bachelor of Science in Business Management with first-class honors, both from the University of Wayamba. In her role as a senior lecturer at the Department of Business Management, University of Wayamba, Mrs. Amaratunga has significantly contributed to the field of higher education and business management. Mrs. Amaratunga currently serves as a visiting lecturer and research supervisor for undergraduate and postgraduate degree programs offered by General Sir John Kothalavala Defence University. She also contributes to the long logistic management course conducted at the Naval and Maritime Academy and the Master of Science in Defence and Strategic Studies degree program at the Defence Services Command and Staff College. Her research interests encompass key areas such as business management, higher education, graduate employability, and entrepreneurship, demonstrating her dedication to addressing critical challenges and opportunities within academia and the business world. Additionally, Mrs. Amaratunga has obtained numerous professional qualifications and memberships in professional bodies such as AAT, ICASL, the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, and the International Social Capital Association New Zealand, showcasing her technical proficiency and professional expertise. With her vast academic background, specialized research focus, and unwavering passion for knowledge dissemination, Mrs. Amaratunga exemplifies the qualities of an inspiring educator and a dedicated scholar. As a moderator of the second session, Mrs. Amaratunga will guide our discussions with her wealth of experience and expertise, ensuring that this session is both insightful and impactful. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mrs. Buddhini Amaratunga as she moderates the second session of our conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Commander Gayanka Sattarasinghe, for your nice introduction. Good afternoon to you all, distinguished guests, all the invitees, and ladies and gentlemen. You are warmly welcome to the session 2 of the Logistics Conference 2026, organized by the Long Logistic Program Intake 10 under the theme of Integrating Green Transformation and Sustainability into End-to-End Logistics System. This theme emphasizes growing importance of creating logistics and supply chain systems that are not only efficient and resilient, but also environmentally responsible and socially sustainable. Green transformation in logistics involves the integration of innovative solutions such as renewable energy, digitalization, smart transportation systems, circular economy practices, and sustainable supply chain strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 eminent presenters will be showcased their valuable research outcomes at this session. Please note that the discussion section will be held at the end of the completion of both presentations. Without taking much time, let's move to the important event of the session. Let me introduce our first eminent presenter of the session, Commander Lakshita Seirasinghe. Commander Lakshita Seirasinghe was born on 12 September 1985 in Colombo, Sri Lanka. He received his primary education and the secondary education at Mahanama College, Colombo 3. Upon completing his schooling, he joined the Sri Lanka Navy as an officer cadet in the 44th intake at the Naval Maritime Academy in 2005. He was commissioned in 2008 as an acting sub-lieutenant in the logistics branch. In 2010, he graduated with a Bachelor of Naval Studies in Logistics Management from the University of Kelaniya. Thereafter, he successfully completed the basic logistic management course conducted by the Bangladesh Navy, where he secured first in order merit. In 2015, he obtained a Master of Business Administration from General Sir John Kotalawala Defence University, Ratmalana. In 2018, Commander Seirasinghe completed Junior Naval Staff course at the Naval and Maritime Academy, once again securing first in order merit. Subsequently, in 2019, he completed the Long Logistic Management course, during which he was recognized as the most inspirational officer of the course. Further enhancing his professional military education, he completed the staff course in 2025 at the Defense Services Command and Staff College, where he also fulfilled the academic requirement for a Master of Science in Defense and Strategic Studies. Commander Lakshita Seirasinghe has held many key appointments throughout his naval career, including Assistant Naval Secretary, Secretary to the Director General Budget and Finance, Secretary to the Director General Administration, Flag Lieutenant to the former Director General Budget and Finance, and Flag Lieutenant to the former Director General Logistics. He also served as the Initial Logistics Officer, SLNS Vijayabahu, an Acting Senior Staff Officer, Local Procurement, and Senior Staff Officer, Local Procurement. He is currently serving as the Senior Staff Officer at the Central Kit Stores. In addition to his distinguished naval career, Commander Lakshita Seirasinghe is a chartered member of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transportation in Sri Lanka, and a lifetime member of the Institute of Supply and Materials Management in Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, next I cordially invite Commander Lakshita Singha to share his research findings on sustainable end-to-end logistics, how Sri Lanka can lead the green supply chain innovation in South Asia, a strategic framework for carbon neutral logistics transformation under Clean Logistics 2030. Commander Lakshita, over to you.
Thank you, Chad. Respected senior officers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. I'm Commander Lakshita Singha, and I'm honored to share with you all about my research findings under the topic of how Sri Lanka can lead the green supply chain innovations in South Asia. Before I get into my topic, I would like to bring into your notice about these 4 figures which is mentioned on this screen. 62 million USD investment requirement, and 55% carbon reduction by 2030, 130 USD million cumulative benefits for our economy, and 2.8 out of 10 the current readiness over these green supply chain innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, these 4 figures showcase the both opportunities and challenges that exactly I'm going to discuss with you all within these 15 minutes under the topic of this, how Sri Lanka can be the leader on these green supply chain innovations. In this endeavor, ladies and gentlemen, this is the roadmap of my presentation, and that's shown on the screen. Global logistics sector is contributing nearly 3.5 billion tons of CO2 annually. When it comes to the percentage, that is 11% of total greenhouse gas emission. If someone wants to pursue the concept of this greenhouse gas emission, they could not be able to forget the contribution of this global trade sector. At the meantime, the countries who are pursuing on this greener logistics, of course, that they can enjoy the benefits over this lower fuel cost, energy security, and more exposure to their export market. So it showcases that this is not only about environment, but also you can have some economical perspectives and perks as well. And why it's so important for Sri Lanka? As we all know, the Sri Lanka is geostrategically located in a very vital point in this Indian Ocean. And there's a huge potential where we can develop our country as a logistics hub in this Indian Ocean. But we could not be able to thrive this journey based on this carbon intensified foundation. And next important thing, whether it's an optional, no. This is an imperative requirement. We already signed this Paris Agreement, and we have the national determined contribution to reduce this carbon emission by 2030 by 14.5. And we have to reduce by 55% for all these logistics activities. Now I would like to move into that, what is the current readiness of the South Asian region. To make this matter discussed with you all, I am taking the Singapore as an aspirational benchmark. So they are doing a quite fascinating job in terms of these green initiatives. So the left side, this graph, it tells you a very sobering story. It's about this CO2 intensity. How much of grams that you emits per ton to kilometer of one single freight movement. Accordingly, the Singapore, they emits only 18 grams, whereas the same figure in India, that is 82 grams, Bangladesh 91, and Pakistan 95. So when compared with this regional competitors, of course, the Sri Lanka are doing quite fascinating job, quite good job, but it's still the figure is not good when you're with your benchmark in Singapore. That's almost 4 times. There's a huge gap. So this is the gap where that we have to focus. In order to take up this challenge as a leader, there are 3 structural advantages where we can use. The first thing is that our compact geography. It's just a matter of 65,000 square kilometers. As an example, the total electrification project, the cost, it's a kind of a fraction when compared with India. The next thing is that our maritime position, geostrategical maritime position, where there we can attract more green finance, more exposure to these export premiums, Yes, we can materialize that. The next thing is that our Clean Sri Lanka mandate. We have a mandate. The issue is that whether we are going to act according to that, where that most of the South Asian countries are lacking. So going in detail to this topic, now I would like to go into a notice about the current readiness of Sri Lanka. In order to elaborate this fact, I selected the 6 domains, and these 6 domains are consistent with this available literature reviews. The 6 domains are the green procurement, renewable energy, circular supply chain, carbon measurement, green warehousing, and EV and clean fleet. So for this comparison also, I derived the Singapore as a benchmark and India, since they are the regional leader in terms of trade and logistics activities. So by accumulating all these facts, there's a 7.1 mean readiness deficit. Huge difference. So ladies and gentlemen, this difference and this gap is that our opportunity that we have to materialize to become the leader. Accordingly, that I am proposing a transformational framework which consists of 3 mutually agreed reinforcing strategic pillars. First one is that decarbonize. We have to eliminate the carbon at source. The next one is digitalized. What we can't measure, we can't develop. Therefore, we have to measurable a green approach to be done. The next thing is that decentralization. So we have to make this process more resilient, more clean, and more localized. The first pillar, that is decarbonization, we have to eliminate this carbon at source. Accordingly, I am proposing 3 strategic activities. When it comes to total logistics cost, the contribution of this transportation and warehouse is playing a pivotal role. So therefore, the first activity is the fleet electrification. So at the present, our logistics fleets are diesel driven. So we have to convert this diesel driven into this EV transition. So we have to start up this journey from this government logistics fleet, including armed forces logistics fleet. The next thing is that we have to have an investment for this comprehensive charging network which covers the entire Sri Lanka, in order to attract more private logistics service providers for this EV transition. The next thing is that the port operations. So basically, I am focusing on this Colombo port, and we have to convert these port operations also based on this renewable energy. The shipping lines and investors who are much more concerned about these GHG protocols and ESG compliances, of course, we can attract more shipping lines and more investors for that our port operations and for these investments. The next thing is the renewable energy integration. So we have to make a 60% renewable energy integration by 2030. For the rest of these logistics facilities like the warehouses and distribution centers, that we have to embed these facilities with this renewable energy like this solar power. The next pillar, that is digitalize. So we can't develop what we can't measure. We have to make green measurable. So in that endeavor, that I'm proposing to have the National Green Logistics Intelligence Platform. All logistics providers, service providers who are above the minimum threshold of this CO2 emission, that they have to report all their informations to this platform. And this platform, it's unified network and a platform which is embedded with these GHG protocols. At the meantime, this system is integrated with this AI analytics. When the logistics service providers uploaded their informations to this platform, the real time, the system can itself analyze this information, then they can come up with some solutions to reduce this carbon emission. So that will help our logistics service providers to reduce their carbon emission. At the meantime, this system should be embedded with this blockchain. So once they are accredited with this green certification, the investors can look into this information and they can attract more investments for their business. And next thing is the decentralized. So we have to make this approach more resilient, more clean, and more localized. As we experience during this Ditwa, even this pandemic, that majority of that our logistics activities are centralized into this Colombo. If something happens, any disruptions occur, this a system where it's centralized in Colombo that will impact to the entire logistics fraternity of the country. Therefore, I'm proposing to have regional logistics hubs in Jaffna, Trincomalee, and Hambantota. Accordingly, we can reduce the logistics movement, and that will help you to reduce the carbon emission. At the meantime, these logistics centers, hubs, are embedded with this drone-enabled last-mile delivery. So that is not only that you can reduce this carbon emission, but also that helps you to have some means for your humanitarian logistics aspect. So how this project can be more realistic? So this is the three-phase implementation roadmap starting from 2026 to 2030. The first phase is about that how we can establish the governance, the leadership. Accordingly, the first step is that we have to establish the National Green Logistics Coordination Committee. So that is the institutional backbone where that they spearhead this journey to be the leader in the South Asia by 2030 in terms of these greener supply chain innovations. The next one is that mandatory carbon reporting. As I said we can't develop what we can't measure. Therefore, we have to mandate this carbon reporting. The next thing is that we have to start up this EV transition of the logistics fleet. And the next activity during the phase one, that is we have to have the upgradation of our Colombo port based on these green initiatives. The key outcomes expected at the end of this phase one, that is 20% of government fleet is electrified, and port emission has been reduced by 15%, and baseline data is already established, which is really matters for this National Green Logistics Intelligence platforms during this phase two. The phase two starts on 2027 to 2028. And the first step, that National Green Logistics Intelligence platforms now goes live. All these carbon emissions informations are now uploaded into this system on time, real time. The next thing is that we have to start up these private freight EV incentive programs to attract more private service, the logistics service providers for this project. The next thing is that the regional hubs in Jaffna, Trincomalee, and Hambantota established during this phase. And the next thing is the renewable energy mandates activated for these major facilities, including the port facilities. The expected outcomes of this phase are 35% of carbon reduction. It's confirmed, and regional hubs are operational, and private EV adoption is more than 40%. The phase three, that is where that we're going to take up this leadership. So accordingly, the first thing is that these, the logistics service providers who are having more than 50 vehicles, we have to ensure that their the fleet is now electrified. And 60% of renewable energy integration is completed. And finally, the Sri Lanka standards adopted as a regional benchmark where that other South Asian countries can perceive ourselves as a benchmark. The key outcomes are 55% of carbon reduction, and now the Sri Lanka become the South Asia's first green supply chain innovator. So this 130 USD million cumulative benefits I'm going to acquire through under 4 means. By saving the fuels, that is USD 38 million, green financing USD 32 million, and export premiums USD 35 million, and savings over the resilience on any disruptions, that is 25 million. Now this is very important slide, ladies and gentlemen. You may have some doubt how these figures almost derived for my study. So these are the projected values and the closest published sources that I have used and the basement for my estimation. Now as an example, the 62 million USD investment requirement. So the same project in Singapore from 2018 to 2023, that they incurred the investment I derived into my study and I re-engineered according to the logistic footprint of our country. And 130 USD million cumulative benefits. The same projects in Singapore, Japan, Netherlands, and Sweden, that they yielded their return on investment by 1.8 to 2.4. That's why I derived 2.1 for my study. So likewise, the figures that I derived in my studies are showcased on here, and the closest published sources and the basement of these estimations. Now the 6 evidence-based policy recommendations. The first thing that we have to establish the leadership, the governance, leadership, governance, and the leadership. For that, we have to establish the National Green Logistics Coordination Committee. The next thing is that we have to mandate this carbon reporting, which consists of all these logistics entities of this government, including armed forces, by 2026. And national EV freight fleet transition. We have to start up this journey from this government fleet, including these armed forces. And the next one is that we have to mandate the green energy standard for all logistics facilities, including the port facilities. As we all know, the logistics facility spans for more than 25 to 40 years. Therefore, during their construction, we have to mandate these green energy standards. Thereafter, they can enjoy the benefits return on investment on their standards on these green initiatives. The next thing is that deploy the National Green Logistics Intelligence Platform by 2027, that is on phase 2. So that is also one of the policy recommendations I am suggesting. So this framework and this platform should be embedded with this AI analytics and blockchain access. The next thing is that final recommendation that we have to architect the South Asia's Green Logistics Certification Standard, where these standards can be used by other South Asian countries to pursue this journey as Sri Lanka, and we become the benchmark accordingly. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the references that I used in my study. In conclusion, what I want to say, the window to lead is still open, and this window is not open indefinitely. At present, we have a huge gap to fill in terms of this carbon emission, in terms of this readiness over this green supply chain innovation, 2.8 out of 10. But this gap is not matter, this is an opportunity. It's just a matter of 62 million USD investment requirement. In return, you can have 130 million cumulative benefit for your country, for our economy. And we can reduce the carbon emission by 55%. In order to make this clean logistics mandate a reality, we have to start up this journey by today itself. With that, ladies and gentlemen, that I'm going to conclude my presentation. If you have any further queries, you may raise during this question and answer session. Thank you very much and have a pleasant day.
Thank you very much, Commander Lakshita Serasinghe, for your informative and interesting presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to introduce our second eminent presenter of the session, Mrs. M.A.K.U. Madhuvanti. Mrs. M.A.K.U. Madhuvanti obtained her first degree, the Bachelor of Business Administration Special from the Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. After graduating with first-class honors in 2017, she joined the academic staff of the Department of Business Administration of the same faculty in 2018 as a temporary assistant lecturer. She is currently serving as a lecturer in the Department of Business Administration. Mrs. Madhuvanti completed her Master of Business Administration degree at the Faculty of Management and Finance, University of Colombo. She has also completed the Certificate in Teaching in Higher Education offered by the Staff Development Center of the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. During her MBA studies, she received several academic distinctions, including the Chemical Industries Award for the Best Performance in the Strategic Management course, the Haley's Agriculture Holding Award for obtaining the highest marks for the MBA thesis, and the Professor J.A.S.K. Jayakodi Memorial Gold Medal for the Best Performance in Research in the MBA program. Her teaching and research interests include sustainability, identity, strategic management, and organizational behavior. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to invite our second presenter of the session, Mrs. M.A.K.U. Madhuvanti, to share her valuable research outcomes on exploring green logistics practices towards a sustainable economy with special reference to the Sri Lankan logistics sector.
Good afternoon to all of you. Think I'm audible to you, and this is a good time to listen the theoretical presentations regarding the research studies. And let me brief myself. I'm Kali Madhuvanti, the lecturer attached to the Department of Business Administration, Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. I'm here to share my insight regarding my study, exploring the green logistic practices toward the sustainable economy with special reference to the Sri Lankan logistics sector. Moving to the context of this study, so we know that economy is developing rapidly, and today we are living in the Industry 4.0. So developing economy rapidly mean in the other hand, it counts the negative harm to the environment and society always. In that cases, increase of this negative harm to the economy and the society count the world leaders matter in this regard. So, world leaders unanimously agreed that, yeah, there's this issue regarding this, and we have to find a solution for that. So, world leaders unanimously come at like sustainability and the sustainable development as a panacea for this. So, so-called business world always in the pressure of embedding this sustainability into their business practices as a result of that. Okay. So, when it's come to the any economy, either it is developed or underdeveloping, logistics plays a crucial role. Why? Any economy without the logistic activity, we could not drive the economy. So the logistic is an engine of any economy. While at the same time, it consumes most resources as an environmental delegation. That's the matter associated with the logistic activity. Therefore, definitely, logistics sector need to combine with the sustainable development practices or the sustainability practices, where that ensuring the balance of the economy, they have to achieve the economical profit while balancing the other two dimensions, social and the ecological footprint. That's what they are embedding, they are ingrained with these practices. We call these as a green logistic practices. Okay? As these green logistic practices in the sustainable logistics sector are crucial for any economy because it drives the economy engine while ensuring the other two dimensions. It has become an interest of research as well as industry practices. Okay? But there is a gap, but this gap is, despite of this growing body of knowledge, the implementations of sustainability practices, the green logistic practices, remain uneven and insufficiently understood in the literature. At the same time, much of the literature are more focusing about the normative perspectives, that mean what organizations should do rather than exploring what they are actually do, especially in the context of a developing economics like Sri Lanka. Further, as we are in the currently banning environment, in so-called such a green logistic practices, how this can be practices as a plan is also in the matters. Therefore, in the realities that has become more complex. That's why in the limited empirical context also, when it's come to the Sri Lankan logistics sector around here, there is not much limited research are carried on in this regard. In
in order to address this research gap, the study follows these two particular research questions: what sustainability practices are adopted by the logistics sector in Sri Lanka? At the same time, how do these practices contribute to transforming the logistics sector towards the sustainability? With this, I'm going to introduce the key concept of this study: green logistic practices. When it's come to the green logistics sector that have caused to the several harm of the green fossil fuel gas emissions and the carbon footprint and the ecological depletion. So, logistics sector renowned with the world the green logistic practices. So, what this green logistic practices is the supply chain management practice and strategies that reduce the ecological and energy footprints of the distributions of the goods, which focus on the material handling and waste management, packaging, and the transport. When it's come to, if you review in the literature with this regard, at the early era of this green logistic practices are more focusing on giving more weight to managing the environmental dimensions while ensuring profit. But today, when it's come to the today, as the world is going to be demanded these green logistic practices and the stakeholders have been aware about those things, nowadays these practices definitions and the literature also give a quite the same weight to the social dimensions which has earlier forgotten in the literature. So, analyzing the existing literature, we can identify there are so many key green logistic practices that have used in the logistics sector, like supply chain reorganization, supply chain collaboration, waste management, warehouse management, and so on practices which simultaneously balancing the three dimensions of sustainable development: economy, social, and the ecological balances. Okay. With this, I move on to the basic research methodology that I have followed to this study. This study followed the qualitative approach as this social phenomena that I'm being observed and investigated. This is a best match to go with the qualitative research approach rather than the quantitative findings, quantitative finding. And I have used semi-structured interviews to gather the data, and 7 participants I have used from the Sri Lankan companies which engage in the logistics sector. I have selected the participants are selected purposely in order to explore the purpose of this study, being study in this phenomena. And I have mentioned the participants and the interview dates and the type of the organizations that I have used in here. Data-based analysis by using the thematic analysis. Then according to the interviews, I have transcribed all the interviews into English and then identify the codes. Then after identifying the codes and several codes, identify the main themes. 2 main themes have identified as an environmental well-being and as a social well-being. So these 2 broader themes has been taken into the considerations of the analysis of the data in this study. Moving to the data analysis and the first themes, environmental protection. When it's come to the logistics sector, they inculcated, they embedded environmental dimensions, environmental practices as one of the key practices as the green logistic practices. So as a company explain, I have mentioned the several quotes from the interviews in the several companies. They have used carbon footprint. We are in the process of reducing the carbon footprint. They have used the transport fleet and the vehicle use optimizations, and they use the transcollatant sheets and warehouse management. They have used the rainwater harvesting system, green packaging, so many practices they have used in cultivated this ecological balances dimensions in their logistic activities while ensuring the economic aspect of their business practices. With this, I move on to another theme, the social well-being. When it's come to the social well-being, this aspect also nowadays especially the large scale organizations, they are in the much focusing on this thing. So they said that they have targeted to achieve the zero accident hours. That means they are given the more weighted to the employee health and security and the safety, as they identify that not only the economy but also the human aspects also need to be prominent and considered should be in the same value. And we have to prepare, as a company B said that we have a proper grievances handling system. You know that employee grievances handling is utmost important, because if the people is come up with the grievance and we don't resolve them they are leaving the organization, they are living with the organizations with the crisis. So if we give these situations to the employee, that's the, we don't cater their health and mental insurance and the well-being of the people. So nowadays organizations are focusing on these kind of approaches in their labor practices as well. They use the ethical labor practices as well. And further, they have ensured the safe work environment in their warehouse management. We know that when it's come to the warehouse, this is full with the dangerous spaces. But they are trying to enforce the safe work environment, and even at the, as the company D mentions, even at the every meeting, they are performing this safety post performance control there before the meetings as well. By like these ways, in the Sri Lankan business organizations try to ensure the social capital while ensuring the economic and balancing the ecological footprint. Actually, organizations are doing these things, but the thing is that we are not focusing on what actually happening at the reality context. Okay. So then I have commonly identified what are the green logistic practices in Sri Lankan business organizations in these logistic sectors have used and summarized in here. But when it's come to the environmental sustainability, they use route optimizations, backhauling, alternative power sources, LED lighting, warehouse management, and battery-powered warehouse equipment, rainwater harvesting, waste segregation systems like this. When it comes to the social sustainability, they are more focusing on employee health and safety, zero accident target, safety behavior monitoring, grievances handling, ethical labor practices, and safe working environment. So with this, I'm going to conclude my presentation. As these studies intend to explore what are the green logistic practices that Sri Lankan logistics sector has been used, I have understand that there are several practices they have used while ensuring the economy. They have used basic prominent practices in the ecological and social aspects. But the thing is that when it's come to the large-scale companies, as they have money to invest in these practices, they are going with this, the robotic system, transcoolant, the warehouse management, battery system. They can go with those things because they have money to invest. But when it's come to the small-scale companies, what the issues that they are in, as they have to move towards the other companies and the other organizations where in the foreign destinations, in order to sake of getting these orders and climb with these ladders with the foreign context, they are using this as a surface level because they don't have money to invest these things that the Sri Lankan realities in the logistics sector organization that is there. So these are my conclusions. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Madhuvanti, for your insightful presentation conducted on green logistic practices in the Sri Lankan logistics sector. Ladies and gentlemen, now the forum is open for the question and discussion session for the next 15 minutes.
The panel, thank you very much, and very insightful thoughts to the audience. And it is opening for further studies for a lot of students over here, other researchers. My corrections first go to the Lakshita and secondly Madhuvanti. Lakshita, you tossed the coin and you got the choice what you want. But one side got foregone. You didn't discuss about that foregone side. After the Industrial Revolution, that so much of people, the Europeans, what they got developed because of carbon emission, competing, continuing continuing emissions of so much of carbon to the atmosphere. Emissions of so much of carbon to the atmosphere. So you propose us to forego all these economic using carbon and getting so much of using carbon and getting so much of industries into the nation and just looking onto the green. So the solution by the European world or the new world that proposed to us, it is selling of sustainable bonds. So it's a one proposal. So you have to bear what is the foregone cost which not presented through your presentation. And Madhuvanti spoke about the social and economic balancing. But what is the balance economic and social? Right? So you have to propose a correct proposal how to balancing it. On your research that you have to talk about more on it because audience is awaiting what is the solution is about. So I request Lakshita to explain how to foregone, what is the foregone cost, and further explanation about how the balancing of social and economic balancing in the your proposal, Madhuvanti.
Thank you very much, sir, for your very thought-provoking, insightful for my research. And there are certain things that I have to refine, as you said. And the first, the question that about the Singapore, as I said you earlier, different perspective, different business advocates, and this is, in my study, I repeatedly say this is an aspirational benchmark, not the same model that I'm going to replicate, because we can't do it. So this is a kind of a institutional framework that where I just want to develop. And this is not the financial auditor even that I brought into the notice of yourself. Therefore, the Singapore is an aspirational benchmark, not the same model that we can replicate, as you said, sir. And as you said about this carbon emission, so before this Paris Agreement, we all know that the Kyoto Protocol is also failed, that because of the majority of countries, they did not ratify it because of this carbon emissions information. So that's one of the failures of this Kyoto Protocol. So these things eliminated, and now quite successfully this Paris Agreement is working on. So in order to establish this ESG governance, ESG compliances, GHG protocols are really mandatory, and these things are the major focus of these investors. So if he wants to go for this green initiatives and to attract more investors for this green financing, for exposure for this our export premiums, of course that we have to establish these informations through these platforms. Otherwise that they are not come and invest on our businesses, invest on our ports, and these things are, that's why I just took into this concept of this green, this carbon emission as well. So as you said, sir, that these things I will embed in my study further. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Thank you for the questions for my study. If I said like this is an academic study, systematic research. After, when it's come to the academic study settings, after we identify the research questions, we bounded our scope. Within this scope, we are systematically analyze and answer what we are going to explore. Okay? And this study has been used the qualitative approach. When it's come to the qualitative approach, in the research world, we are not giving recommendations or solutions to anyone, because the qualitative means the subjective nature attached to the researcher, and we realize rather than the reality or the truth, we have been explored a reality, and we contextualize the truth is everywhere, not the truth. And with this note, I will explain and come to your point. And so you're asking what are the possible solutions. As this study explore, what are the practices that Sri Lankan logistic practices, logistic companies have been signed. I have identified with these environmental and social dimensions what are the practices they actually do, because if we take the literature, what they have done is what the actual practices is. Their prime motive is economy. While balancing economy, they are using some kind of a strategy or surface acting in order to claim that we are sustainable, we are clean, we are doing. In order to address this severe issue, this studies address how this has been practices in the context and the balancing the economic engine of the company, because without profit, any company can't go. We believe this one. So how others too, they are going to come up with the same time. Okay? So the further study, they can carry on with another aspects and another scope, finding this one. Thank you.
This question goes to the Mr. Lakshit Serisinghe. Sir, we all know like in 2022, Sri Lanka went through a huge economical crisis. So we still not recover from that. So is it realistic to ask for like $62 billion for this project or this framework from Sri Lanka? Is it realistic? Is it reasonable for asking for?
Thank you very much for this question. And this 62 million USD is not a single point expenditure that we're going to have. It's a 5 years plan, a systematic approach. In my study, it showcased that in 2028, the break-even point at the mid of this 2028 that we're going to achieve. So through this green financing, through this more export market premiums, now we can have some more the investment perks that we can influx to that our country. Therefore, the 62 million USD, of course, that we can go with that if we project and if we go in hand with this plan accordingly, with these rigorous changes on that our policy recommendations, of course, that we can go, because it's not a single point, the cost that we're going to incur the 62 million. It's a 5 years project, 3-phase project. So, and starting from 2028, I'm telling you again that return on investment will be started by 2028. So with that, I hope this will be a realistic, sometimes these figures may be changed, because this is for this economic purpose to have this framework that I'm derived these figures. Sometimes this might be higher than what we expected or the less than that. But according to this plan, of course, with this return on investment, that we can go for that investment.
Okay, I have one comment for Mr. Lakshita and one question for Ms. Madhuvanti. Especially, Mr. Lakshita, is this better if you can include, because we know these carbon emission, all those stuff came from late 20th century. So that means the 2007 Kyoto summit, they discussed about carbon credit. And 2015, they considered about. So at this reason, as mentioned, all the countries, a lot of countries develop, the emerging countries develop. So even though we think the window is open, but there are a lot of constraints. So you have to think that part as well. And Madhuvanti, I have a question regarding your methodology. So you have used purposive sampling method. So is there any justification for using purposive sampling method rather than going for a key informant interviews for your findings? Thank you.
So, as this is a qualitative study and the sample size is quite limited, I'm very mindful regarding the selecting the sample which is enabled to address the purpose of study. That's why that's come under the non-probability sampling. So then, in order to explore the phenomena being investigated with the purpose, I selected the participants. That's the answer for your question. Thank you.
And one thing I want to add, then I'm really honored with your the point what you brought into notice. Yes, the country is developed with this carbon emission. So what we experience at present, the mean temperature of this environment, it has been increased by 1.5 to 2 Celsius when compared with this our industrial, the pre-industrial revolution. And the mean sea level will be increased by another 4 feet by 2050. So the issue is that whether we're going to happen it like this, or whether we're going for the carbon emission by doing this emission of this carbon, whether we are going to practice the same, the dollar for this marketing. They are in the market. They are doing quite good job that because of they are going hand in hand with this green initiative, sustainable energy. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Lefakama Dasanayaka, Directing Staff NMA. Good evening, I'm Lefakama Dasanayaka, Directing Staff NMA. My question goes to Mrs. Madhuvanti, Senior Lecturer, and Mrs. Madhuvanti, Senior Lecturer. And when it comes to the sustainable economic development, environmental, and even the social development, as per the Kuznets theory, it's a very crucial and important for the takeoff condition. My question is,
What I'm asking, have you taken any initiatives to go ahead with the matter?
So the initiative is that first we have to establish this coordination committee. So they will spearhead this journey with this government, sir.
I'm giving the answer which is directed to me. So you're asking about how this trade-off and what kind of a solution is there. If you go to the practice, rather than focusing on the small and the medium scale company, that's where we call the startup and the small SMEs, rather than going to the big franchise companies, I have interviewed them as well. So when I'm asking these questions to them, okay, how you are going to do this one, this is so costly, and when you are focusing on these things, how you balance these projects. So the reply that was given to me is like this, okay? So do you think that these things, what we practice as in sustainability, what the labor, ethical labor, responsible labor, grievances practices, and the ecological practices that I have mentioned in the presentations, through these things, their profit is gaining double, okay? We are always think about that, applying this, do this one, this is costly to the organization. That's why organization is not doing this. But if we do these things, the harvest they are getting is actually double. So when it's come to the one organizations, they have said that with these transcollating systems and the grievances handling systems, they can remain the employees with them for a long time, and their skill base, talented skill base is not going to the other organization. And with these transcollating systems that they have using, they save too much of the energy cost, the power cost. Okay, so we only think about the surface acting on this regarding, but the balancing tree is really integrated, but we always think about as a quite all the mindset in the mainstream management is going on, balancing the economy is prominent, and we are doing the other two balances the two, but if we do these things in reality, really there is no trade-off. That's what I want to explain and give the message through this.
Thank you very much, respected audience, and also our presenters for your active participation in sharing valuable insights, constructive comments, and your suggestions to enrich the question and discussion session. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are reaching to the end of the scheduled time, let me sum up the session 2 of the Logistics Conference 2026. Our first presenter of the session, Commander Lakshita Serasinghe, shared his research findings on sustainable end-to-end logistics, how Sri Lanka can lead the green supply chain innovation in South Asia, a strategic framework for carbon-neutral logistic transformation, and a clean logistic 2030. Through his inclusive study, he proposed a comprehensive green end-to-end logistics transformation framework encompassing 3 strategic pillars, namely decarbonize, digitalize, and decentralized, grounded in a rigorous assessment of Sri Lanka's current green logistics readiness related to South Asian countries and the Singapore benchmark. Our second presenter of the session, Mrs. Madhuvanti, shared her research findings on exploring green logistics practices towards sustainable economy with special reference to the Sri Lankan logistics sector. This study explored the adoption of green logistic practices in the Sri Lankan logistics sector and examined how these practices contribute to sustainability. The findings further revealed that the logistics companies are increasingly implementing environmentally friendly practices such as route optimization, renewable energy usage, energy efficient warehouse operations, rainwater harvesting, green packaging, waste management, and digitalization to reduce their environmental impact. So I greatly appreciate the hard work and dedication shown by both presenters to share and generating such rigorous and eye-opening research outcomes at this kind of gathering audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the responsible officers, young logisticians, academics, scholars, and also the industry expert in this respected audience to incorporate these valuable research findings and insights into your decision-making processes, policy formulations, upcoming research works, and also for the regulatory tasks related to the logistics and supply chain management. With that request, we are marking the conclusion of the session 2 of the Logistics Conference 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us. Have a successful day ahead. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me express my sincere gratitude to Senior Lecturer Buddhini Amaratunga for moderating the second session and to eminent speakers for presenting their papers. Let me now invite Director General Budget and Finance, Rear Admiral Anuruddha Karunatilaka, accompanied by Senior Course Coordinator of 10th Long Logistics Management course to present mementos to the resource personnel for conducting a productive session. The moderator of second session, Senior Lecturer Buddhini Amaratunga. The speaker of fourth paper, Commander Lakshita Serasinghe. The speaker of fifth paper, Mrs. Kalani Madhuvanti.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the end of the second session of the Logistics Conference 2026, and we shall conclude the proceedings with refreshments arranged at the previously notified locations. We shall meet again at 14:55 hours to commence the third and the final session of the conference. Thank you.
the theme of Transparent Supply Chain Governance. This session will be moderated by Commodore Kumara Munasinghe, and two speakers are lined up for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite Commodore Kumara Munasinghe to take the seat as the moderator, and I also request Lieutenant Commander Kamarul Abidin Sardin and Ms. Tisaruni Vijay Bandara to take their seats beside the moderator. Again, I would like to remind that you can access the virtual question and answer session at the end of this session through scanning QR code. Ladies and gentlemen, Squadron Leader Dinesh Hemaratna will introduce the moderator of third session.
Distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all. It is an honor and a privilege to introduce the moderator of our third session, Commodore Kumara Munasinghe. Commodore Kumara Munasinghe's academic credentials reflect a robust foundation in defense studies and logistics. He holds a Master of Science degree in Management Program and Long Logistic Management course, further strengthening his skills. We are confident that under his moderation, this session will be both impactful and thought-provoking. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Commodore Kumara Munasinghe. Over to you, sir.
All flag rank officers, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all. After having heavy snacks, welcome to the third session as well as final session of, and answer session will start after completing the both presentation as previously done. So without taking much time, I am ready to introduce our first paper presenter in this forum. Our first presenter is Lieutenant Commander Kamarul Abidin bin Sarudin from Royal Malaysian Navy, currently undergoing a logistic management course number 10 at Naval and Maritime Academy. He received his, so without further ado, I will invite Lieutenant Commander Kamarul to present his research paper to this audience. Kamarul.
Test mic 1, 2, 3. Distinguished guests, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and privilege for me to present a paper at the Logistic Conference 2026. So I am Lieutenant Commander Kamarul Abidin from the Royal Malaysian Navy and a course participant of the Long Logistic Management course. So before I begin my presentation, allow me to convey a sincere appreciation to the Sri Lanka Navy and the Naval and Maritime Academy for the warm hospitalities. So I hope today's presentation will be useful not only for the Malaysia, but same goes to the Sri Lanka Navy as well. So my title of the presentation is Strengthening Malaysia Defense Supply Chain Integrity through the Blockchain and Artificial Intelligence. So my content of the presentation is flashed on the screen. So I will cover the introduction part, objective, conceptual framework, implementation, and the conclusion. So before I begin, let me introduce with the powerful statement from the PROCONI 2026. Transparency is now urgent need in contemporary defense logistics, where the multi-layer defense supply chain involve high-value assets, sensitive information, national interest of the state. So in this context, the Malaysia defense supply chain is challenged by 5 interconnected problems. For example, number 1, invisibility of the supplier operation. So at this level, as a military officers, as the military personnel, or even the government sectors, we didn't know what is happening at the level of suppliers, at the level of international contractors, even the local vendors. So we do not know what is happening at the second and third tier of the supply chain network. Moving on to the second point is the inadequate data system. So sometimes in the context of the Royal Malaysian Navy, especially for the procurement module, the data is incorrect. The data is delayed, and sometimes in worst case scenario, the data is not available. So it is very difficult for the decision maker to make any decision. Third one is the risk of corruption. So in this case, for the risk of corruption, if there is any opacity, definitely it will open the door or open the window for the corruption and mismanagement. For the next one is the consequences. For all the consequences will lead to the cost overrun, delay, and the poor governance. So this is not only a administrative problem, because this problem will undermine the importance of the accountability and transparency, because this problem is related to the national security and the national interest. So moving on to the high transparency. So high transparency in this context will deliver 5 powerful outcomes. First, operational readiness and the mission readiness. Traceability, accountability, trust, and reduce vulnerability. So how we are going to move from the left side to the right side, from the opacity to the transparency and the accountability. So to answer this question, my research has 3 clear objectives. The first one is evaluate. So we have to evaluate the existing transparency issue in Malaysia defense supply chain. So before we propose any solution, first we must identify, we must diagnose what kind of disease. Second, to explore the potential of blockchain and artificial intelligence as a technological enabler. So why in this research I'm choosing the blockchain technology and the artificial intelligence? Because in today's world, blockchain and artificial intelligence is the most powerful tool that can deliver, that can give you answers and solve any kind of problem, provided that with the right prompt. And last one is to propose the strategy implementation measure for the digital transformation. So the goal of this study is to convert the OPEX system into the auditable and efficient through the blockchain and artificial integration. Okay. As stated by the Shepherd 2023, transparent supply chain management is a structured exposure and availability of information throughout the whole supply chain in order to allow the stakeholder to track and confirm the activity. So I want to highlight the 4 core principles of the transparency. The first one is the traceability. So in this case, we must be able to track the origin and the end use of the material. For example, from the raw material until the production line, or even until the consumers. Second one is the data integrity. So we must ensure and we must identify every data that going through the supply chain network must be correct and consistent. Third one is accountability. So all the actors are responsible for any actions. And fourth one is the real-time visibility. So operational information must be available at the appropriate time. So by the combination of these 4 core principles, we can create or we can enhance the coordinated operations, reduce any uncertainties, and inform decision-making in the complex of logistic environment. Okay, my study is depend on 2 theoretical grounding. The first one is theory number 1, supply chain transparency theory. So in this case, theory number 1, if all the information we can disclose, so we can enhance the efficiencies, trust between actors, and the governance qualities. So the mechanism is very simple. The greater the transparency, we can lower the information asymmetry in the supply, in the complex supply network. Moving on to the theory number 2. So in this case, the government through the Ministry of Defense, we consider as a principal. And the contractors, local vendors, international suppliers, we consider as an agent. So in this case, the agent interest may not align with the public interest or the Ministry of Defense or the government interest. So at the same time, the agent interest, they may seek any profit because all the agents are the profit-oriented. It's totally different with the government because we are the service provider. So in the worst case scenario, sometimes the agent may got involved with the bribe or with the fraud and bribery activities. So without any visibilities, opportunistic behavior, inefficiency, and the corruption will happen. So how the transparent system address this risk? First, by aligning all the activities, stakeholder interests must be synchronized. Second, we must have a better monitoring and continuous oversight of all the action. And third one is the contractual compliance. So defense procurement is uniquely vulnerable. It's required high stakes, complexity, limited public scrutiny, and elevated risk. Okay, moving on to the relevant to the defense sector. Defense supply chain are very unique, and it can be divided into 3. First one is high risk. So defense supply is totally high risk because we are not dealing with the consumer goods. We are dealing with the sensitive information, sensitive technologies, because it's undermine the national securities. Moving on to the second point, high value. So defense logistics is very high value. The financial commitment is very high. So can you imagine a single warship and a single aircraft can cost hundreds of millions of dollars. And third point is multi-party. So in this world, no any single forces are self-sufficient. So they are interdependent with the international suppliers and individual contractors. So we have 3 defense supply chain. So by violating any of these points, we can compromise the mission readiness, national security, loss of public resources, and erosion of the strategic capabilities. So in this case, what transparency will deliver? The reliability across all operations, fraud reduction, external compliance, and auditability. So how we are going to address this kind of problem? We have to use the 7 methodology. For example, blockchain, Internet of Things, RFID system, ERP, QR code, surveillance system, and the traditional audits. Okay. Moving on to the Malaysia defense industry. So as you can see on the screen, Malaysia is considered as a third-tier arms producer. So our production is mainly focused on the small arms, ammunition, armored vehicle, and small size of ships. So our method is very simple. We are using licensed production and imported material and very limited numbers of indigenous products. So what we do in Malaysia is we do the assembly works. And our sectors like aerospace, maritime, and ICT has evolved since the 1970s. So as flashed on the screen, in 2022, our defense budget only 1.3 billion. So moving on 2023, our defense budget is 4 billion. So the increase is very significant, which is accounted for 10.3% for the annual growth. So in order to be competitive in the context of Southeast Asian region, so Malaysia is ranked 16. So our mainly key supplier is Spain, accounted for 32%. And our counterpart is Singapore, ranks number 9. And mainly the key supplier is France. So Singapore has a better technology and better approach compared to Malaysia because they have the advanced R&D and at the same time Singapore as the exporting country. Moving on to the Indonesia, ranked number 8. Their defense industry are growing very fast and they have their capabilities. So in order to be more competitive and strategically secure in the region of Southeast Asia, we must improve our innovations, local capacity, and the supply chain transparency. See. So what is blockchain? before we go further, I have to explain what is blockchain. So blockchain is decentralized digital ledger that securely records and shares the data across a network of participants. Once the data is recorded, it cannot be altered without consent, creating a single source of truth. So the mechanism of blockchain will deliver 4 powerful tools. For example, secure. So secure by using the cryptography, and the second one is the transparent. So in the blockchain system, there is several blocks and connected by chain. So every single file, if you alter, so it will copy to another file and another file. So decentralized. So the blockchain system is, the network is sharing and no single authorities, and it cannot be altered once it's recorded. So how we are going to introduce and how we are going to apply the blockchain concept in the defense supply chain. First, by using the procurement tracking. Second, supplier verification. And the third one is smart contract. So in Malaysia, we do have our e-procurement system. We have been using the e-procurement system since 2016. So for almost more than 10 years. So even we digitalize every system, every kind of procurement, like we have the tendering process, we have the contracting process, we have shopping process. So every procurement we do as a digitalization and digital. So procurement tracking, so it is very difficult until now to do the procurement tracking. So because at the certain stage you have different level of committees. You have the technical evaluation committees, you have the financial evaluation committees, so you have the awarding committees. So it is very difficult to track the progress of the procurement itself. Second, the supplier verification. So in the e-procurement module in Malaysia, so we didn't know who is the supplier. So we only consider supplier number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. So how we are going to know whether this supplier is very, very capable in terms of delivering the military equipments, military tools. So, and the third one is smart contract. So automatic delivery, schedule, quality check, and payment reduce the dispute and human error. So by using the procurement tracking, supplier verification, and smart contract, we are introducing the blockchain. I'm not saying we are replacing the e-procurement, no, but we are upgrading the e-procurement system through the introduction and integration of the blockchain itself. So the next point is role of artificial intelligence in the defense logistics. For the blockchain, mainly blockchain will focus on the data integrity, but for the artificial intelligence, demand forecasting, before this, we only use traditional method. So by using the integration of artificial intelligence, we can improve the work process by using the demand forecasting. So in 2026, the Royal Malaysian Navy had introduced the RMN IRIS system, which is Royal Malaysian Navy Integrated Readiness and Management System. So this RMN IRIS system integrate with the government e-procurement system. So at the same time, the RMN IRIS introduced the capability of the AI. So we are still developing the module for the AI integration to the RMN IRIS, but it's a good milestone for the Royal Malaysian Navy because we want to integrate, we want to improve our work process. So what AI will deliver can be divided into 3. So we can reduce any risk detection, we can do the supplier performance analysis and inventory optimization. So I am proposing a 2-layer hybrid model for the Malaysia. So by the combination of the artificial intelligence and the foundation of the blockchain. So layer number 1 we consider as a blockchain, decentralized record, secure data sharings, and layer number 2 is the intelligence. So we have the analysis and optimization. So again, as I mentioned earlier, I don't want to replace the current system. So we are trying to propose to upgrade the e-procurement system. Because in the Malaysian architecture, the modular digital system linking every government agencies, defense contractors, and suppliers vendors. So for the e-procurement system, in Malaysia, 100% of the government agency are using the e-government system. So same goes to the local vendors, local contractor and supplier. they have to use e-procurement system. Okay. So the AI tool process data will identify any risk, evaluate supplier evaluation, and optimize inventory. So with this combination of blockchain and the artificial intelligence, we can have a greater efficiencies via the automation and predictive analysis, increase trust among all stakeholders, and we can reduce the corruption. Okay, I have identified several barriers and the mitigation plan for the using of blockchain and artificial intelligence. First one is the technical barriers. So definitely, if you want to introduce something new, you must have a mitigation plan. So you cannot simply introduce the whole to the whole government. So you must have a phase plan. So second one is the organizational behavior, so workforce lack of digital skill, legal, less than 30% of countries have clear blockchain law, cyber securities, financial and the data management. Opposite to the accountability, so first we already identified the problem. So in the Malaysia procurement, the problem is because of the corruption, inefficiencies, and the fragmented data system. So we propose the solution, which is the combination of blockchain and the artificial intelligence. So, and the final one is we must have the outcome. So we must have a robust and transparent, accountable defense logistics system and strengthening the national security and economic resilience. So in this case, transparency is not only a governance principle, but a strategic requirement for efficiency, trust, and securities in the defense logistics. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Kamrul, for your valuable and interesting presentation. So, let me to introduce our second speaker. Our second presenter is Ms. Tisuruni Vijay Bandara. Ms. Vijay Bandara is an undergraduate researcher currently pursuing BSc in Logistic Management at NIBM. Her academic interest includes supply chain management, transportation, and operation management. She possesses over 2 years of professional experience in the aviation industry with exposure to air cargo and passenger handling operations in a leading Middle Eastern carrier. Alongside her academic and professional pursuits, she has been actively engaged in community service through more than 5 years of volunteer experience in the Leo Club. Her research interests focus on logistics, aviation, and supply chain governance, and she aspires to contribute to the industry through academic research and professional practice. Today, she will present a paper under the topic of the impact of third-party logistic providers on export performance and transparent supply chain governance, evidence from the Sri Lankan apparel industry. So without further, I will invite Ms. Vijay Bandara to present her research paper to this audience.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Tisaruni Vijay Bandara, undergraduate from National Institute of Business Management. First and foremost, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present my research. So my research is based on the impact of 3PL logistics providers on the export performance and the transparent supply chain governance. As you all know, the apparel industry remains as the one of the Sri Lanka major export contributors. Efficient logistic and transport supply chain governance have become a critical factor for this, the maintaining the global competitiveness. This research explores how third-party logistic providers contribute to improving export performance through the delivery quality, communication efficiency, pricing strategies, and operational transparency. Before moving into the main findings, let me briefly introduce The structure of the presentation. First and foremost, we're going to discuss the 3PL edge behind the Sri Lankan apparel success, and then what are the aims and the objectives of this presentation, and then the impact of transparent supply chain governance through the export performance, and the impact of third-party logistics providers on the export performance. And then we're going to talk about the research approach and conceptual framework, population and sample, key findings, and what are the strategic insights that we are going to discuss through this research. Finally, the recommendations and the conclusions. First and foremost, I would like to introduce what are my research objectives and the aim. My main aim of this study is to examine the impact of third-party logistic providers on the export performance of the Sri Lankan apparel industry, with special focus on transparent supply chain governance. To achieve this aim of the research, we are going to focus on several key objectives. First, to identify the relationship between 3PL providers and export performance in the Sri Lankan apparel industry. And then we're going to examine how transparent supply chain governance influence the export performance in apparel industry in Sri Lanka. Also, in addition to the study, we're going to analyze the importance of the factors such as distribution quality, on-time customer service, pricing factors, supply chain variabilities, and the communication efficiency to understand how these variables contribute to export success and international competitiveness. So here we're going to talk about the gap of this research. The Sri Lankan apparel industry actually contribute more than 42% of the Sri Lankan top. They provide the cost effectiveness, transportation reliability, inventory management, operational flexibility to the apparel industry. Sri Lankan apparel industry operates under highly competitive market, as I told you before, so that the rapid adaptations of the Internet of Things, also called as IoT, artificial intelligence, cloud-based systems, has transformed global supply chain operation into a major part. But there is a question whether Sri Lanka remains in the same place while the global is moving forward with these competitive advantages. Despite of growing importance of the 3PL service, there remains a significant empirical and theoretical research gap concerning the impact of 3PL performance dimensions on both export performance and the transport logistic governance. So now we are going to talk about the impact of transparent logistic governance on export performance. 3PL providers have become strategically important in global supply chain due to globalization, integrated logistics, and the advancement of information technology. Outsourcing logistics operations enables firms to reduce providers on export performance in Sri Lankan apparel industry. Third-party logistic providers, also known as 3PL providers, support apparel exportations by handling important logistic activities, such as transportation, warehousing, inventory management, custom handling, and distribution. Play a major role in improving export performance in the Sri Lankan apparel sector. So now we are going to talk about the research approach and conceptual framework. As you can see, the whole research based on the quantitative research approach, as the 90% of the researchers that I went through had employees with the managers, executives, non-executives, logistic-related staff members. But according to the Morgan sample table, we only took 113 final sample size in order to conclude this research. So now I will discuss key findings and the strategic insights of this research. According to the strategic analysis distribution, quality of the distribution quality determines 98.1% of the export performance and the transparency governance. So that high quality delivery service significantly improve export performance in Sri Lankan's apparel industry, proper packaging, safe handling, reduce lead time, and on-time delivery help exporters to maintain customer satisfaction and international competitiveness. The study also found that reasonable logistic pricing plays a major role reducing operational costs and improving profitability. In addition, effective communication between exporters and 3PL providers improve coordination of transparency and supply chain responsiveness. Another important findings that we went through is the timely customer service is support urgent deliveries and improve coordination with international buyers, and it's contribute to the smoother export performance. This slide presents the additional strategic insights that we understood through this study. Findings show that most of the apparel companies in Sri Lanka have been using 3PL services approximately around 5 to 10 years, indicating a growing dependency on outsourced logistic operations. The research also confirms strong and reliability and the consistency of the studies, as all the research variables achieved Cronbach alpha value above 0.7. Communication efficiency recorded the highest reliability among all the variables. Overall, the results highlight that modern apparel export performance and highly dependent on efficient logistic management and supply chain management. So based on the research findings, several recommendations were identified to improve the export performance and the supply chain governance in the Sri Lankan apparel industry. First, organizations should enhance transparent supply chain governance by improving accountability, visibility, and traceability across the logistic operations. Second, companies should strengthen the communication efficiency between exporters and 3PL providers to improve coordination and reduce the operational delays. The study also recommends improving distribution quality, focusing on the cost effectiveness, logistic solutions, innovating the digital and technological ideas, and the developing strong long-term partnership with the 3PL providers will help to have a good, better transparency in the supply chain solutions. In conclusion, the study confirms that third-party logistic providers significantly influence export performance in Sri Lankan apparel context. Among all the variables, 6 months, technological adaptations, environmental changes, economical impacts, and industrial changes couldn't, much of those things couldn't be catch in this time. And also these findings are only limited to the apparel industry. So researches can be done to the higher number of industry, that the accuracy can be increased to the transparent logistic governance and the export performance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Vijay Bandara, for your valuable and interesting presentation. So now we have 15 minutes for question and answer session. If you have any things to clarify from these two presenters, please welcome, or you can add your valuable thoughts, ideas, or comments in order to improve their knowledge. So house is open for discussion, please.
Instead of reduced, use, eliminate. So reduction should not be the aim, elimination of the corruption should be the aim. The second one is that when we talk about AI, integration of AI in our existing system, in the morning we have also seen that there are silos and different management systems which are already in place. The integration, the biggest problem we see is that they don't talk to each other. They have been made in different languages, and it costs a lot when we come to the integration for that, because we cannot remake those systems. It has a very huge data which has a legacy, and we have spent a lot of money in making those systems. So when going for the integration, I think we should also see what are the solutions without remaking those systems, how can we integrate that AI? I'll suggest that there are some new programs in the world, like I'll suggest there is an artificial intelligence lakehouse, which is a layer upon existing system which without changing requirement to change the data or without the requirement to change the systems, you can integrate the artificial intelligence. And sir, thank you very much on behalf of Pakistan Navy for inviting me here. I enjoyed my day today, sir. Thank you very much.
This question goes to this student of this NIBM. So you basically focusing on this 3PL the concept, and now it has been evolved up to the 7-party logistics as well. So could you please more elaborate on that, how this newest technological the tools used in this 3PL, especially on this apparel industry? Could you elaborate more with this some precise figures, or it means with precise tools of this newest technology?
Thank you so much, sir, for asking that question. To be honest, in order for us to use the technology in the 3PL sector, we can use RFID taggings. Like, let's say we are going to export cargo from the manufacturer's warehouse to the buyer's warehouse. All the process will be taken care of by the 3PL logistic providers. So the manufacturer or the buyer can ask them to have a RFID tracker, so then they can have a real-time data about the cargo. And also we can have a IoT sensors, which is using in the Amazon warehouses right now also. And also GPS tracking system also we can use. Some of Japanese companies are almost using this GPS tracking system for their cargo movement. And also when we are talking about the transportation, we can use transportation management softwares, which we already use in the other countries, which we can have. If we can have those things in Sri Lanka, that would be better. And also some of the freight forwarding companies like Intexu, and Logistics, those are also using some online updating systems. Like, let's say if the cargo has been picked by the warehouse, they're going to update it in the system. Then and if the cargo is in the airport warehouse, then it will be updated in that system. Likewise, the buyer and the buyer or the manufacturer can have a clear idea about their cargo or about their product through that TMS softwares or the updated softwares right now in the market.
Lieutenant Colonel Cameroon, thank you very much. A very informative and practical approach that you presented today about the Malaysian Navy, how using the IoT and blockchain. My question is about, very simple, what are the legal initiatives that you have to implement blockchain in Malaysian land?
Thank you, sir, for your question. So regarding the introduction of the blockchain and the artificial intelligence, by integrate with those kind of technologies into the procurement system. So for the time being, in Malaysia, we don't have any integration for the blockchain and the AI. But in this paper, I'm proposing the introduction of blockchain and AI as an upgrading the current system of e-procurement. So, by regard law, legal. So, legal.
Thank you very much. Your answer is very correct because there is no legal foundation in the world today for implementation of blockchain. But very correctly, you pointed out that using IoT and the machine learning and the AI for corruption elimination as well as accuracy of your product as and transparency and accountability. Very good presentation.
This is to Trincomalee. What I gathered from your presentation, your logistics system completely digitalized. So under this situation, have you come across with any hacking or playing out of money and materials and various other things?
Thank you, sir, for the question. So, we have been using the e-procurement system since 2016 for almost 10 years. For the time being, we don't have any cyber attack or hacking system, but when it's going to the mismanagement or misconduct of the procurement itself, so as the military, in the military context, so most of the instruction going from the top level until the bottom level. So to be honest, in the Malaysian context, yes, even though we have digitalization, we have the digitization for the e-procurement process, but the misconduct is still there. So for example, everyone's interest is very different, sir. So for example, one procurement, so the instruction came from the top level will influence the technical evaluation committees, financial evaluation committees. So that is what actually happening in Malaysia, sir. So that's why, even though we still have the digital platform and everything, but we still lack of transparency in this case. So that's why I'm proposing the blockchain and the artificial intelligence to be integrated, to be upgraded for the current e-procurement system, sir.
We have another 5 minutes. Please, if you have any questions. So I think there is no more any questions. Thank you for your valuable comments and ideas given to these two presenters. Now, time to summing up this third session. So, Lieutenant Commander Kamrul has presented his research under the topic of digital transparency in defense logistics, strengthening Malaysia's supply chain integrity through blockchain and artificial intelligence, from opacity to accountability, transforming the Malaysia's defense supply chain. So this report discusses how digital transparency can be used to empower the defense supply chain of Malaysia, especially in relation to the blockchain and artificial intelligence. Further, research has been discussed the main problems that are challenging the defense supply chain of Malaysia. Also, that report ended with giving policy recommendations like establishment of national defense logistic strategy, pilot projects, regulatory reinforcement, and workforce capacity building help to the Malaysia. So I hope that researcher was able to present a good research paper to this forum. Thank you, Kamrul. So our second presenter, Ms. Vijay Bandara, has presented her research paper under the topic of impact of third-party logistics providers on export performance and transparent supply chain governance, evidence from the Sri Lankan's apparel industry. So this study was conducted utilizing data from 113 respondents from across the major firms and study was investigate the impact of third-party logistic providers on export performance and the supply chain governance in Sri Lanka apparel industry. Also, this research indicates that third-party logistic enhance transparent supply chain governance through improved information flow and communication, leading to the increased buyer trust and better responsiveness to the market demand. Further, many recommendations also there. So I hope that researcher was able to present a good research paper to this forum. Thank you, Ms. Vijay Bandar. So I thanks both presenters for presenting their valuable and interesting research papers to this audience, and I wish both of you for your future endeavors. So I request give a big round of applause for these two presenters, please. Also, aim of this conference is to enhance the knowledge of student officers regarding logistic professionals, and I think that aim of this conference was accomplished after conducting all three sessions. Now, we came to the end of this session, and I would like to hand over further proceedings to the organizing committee. And once again, I must thanks for your valuable participation and giving valuable comments to their future works. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me express my heartfelt gratitude to Commodore Kumara Munasinga for moderating the third session, and to the two distinguished speakers for their insightful and valuable research presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Commodore Superintendent Logistics Department East, Commodore Prashant Maso, accompanied by Senior Course Coordinator of 10th Long Logistics Management course, to present mementos to the resource personnel for conducting a productive session. I kindly invite Commodore Kumara Munasinga to accept the memento. The speaker of sixth paper, Lieutenant Commander Kamarul Abidin Sarudin. The speaker of seventh paper, Ms. Tisaruni Vijay Bandara.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the final session of Logistics Conference 2026. Now, may I have the honor to invite Director General Budget and Finance, Rear Admiral Anuruddha Karunatilaka for the concluding remarks of Logistics Conference 2026.
The Vice Chancellor, General Sir John Kothalawalle Defence University, Rear Admiral Dhammika Kumara, Deputy Chief of Staff of Sri Lanka Navy, the Director General Logistics, the Director General Training, retired Director Generals of the Logistic Branch of Sri Lanka Navy, Commodore Abid Rafiq, the Assistant Chief of Naval Staff, Supply of Pakistan Navy, the Commandant, Naval and Maritime Academy, Flag Rank Officers, Commodore Amit Kulasinghe, the first Senior Course Coordinator of Long Logistic Management Course, Flag Rank Officers, distinguished academic scholars and corporate sector representatives, course participants of Long Logistic Management Course number 10, officers, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. From enabling the great civilization of the past to shaping the interconnected technology-driven world of the future, logistics remains the invisible force that drives economies, connect people, and sustain progress. Continuous discussions on logistics is essential to exchange new ideas, address emerging challenges to build more efficient, resilient, and sustainable logistic operations for the future. Holding this logistic conference annually makes a platform to foster innovations, share emerging knowledge, strengthen collaboration between academia and the industry, and prepare future leaders to address the evolving challenges of the global supply chain. As we conclude the 8th Logistic Conference, I stand before you to deliver the concluding remarks with a deep sense of gratitude and pride. Today has been filled with valuable discussions, insightful presentations, and meaningful exchanges that have strengthened our understanding of the vital role the logistics plays in the contemporary world affairs. The research presented today highlighted how smart logistics, AI, blockchain, and digital integration are reshaping global trade facilitation and operational excellence. The studies also emphasized the growing importance of sustainable and green logistic practices, positioning Sri Lanka as a potential leader in carbon-neutral supply chain innovation within South Asia. Furthermore, the discussion on humanitarian and defense logistics demonstrated the critical role of transparency, resilience, and collaboration in insights into how third-party logistic providers contribute to export performance, environmentally responsible, ethically governed, and resilient in the face of disruption. Ladies and gentlemen, as highlighted by the Commander of the Navy during his speech, the modern world is marked by uncertainty and constant change, while global supply networks are becoming increasingly vulnerable to disruptions, and technology continues to transform decision-making process. As we conclude this conference, it is important to recognize that the true value of this discussion lies not only in the ideas shared today, but in the actions we take moving forward. Let us carry forward the knowledge, insights, and partnerships developed here and transform them into effective policies, innovative practices, and measurable outcomes that will strengthen the future of logistics and national development. As we depart from this conference, let us carry with us the belief that every improvement in logistics is an investment in the national progress, resilience, and the quality of life of our people. At this moment, I would also like to sincerely acknowledge and appreciate the collective effort, dedication, and commitment of everyone whose contribution made this conference a meaningful and a successful event. Finally, on behalf of the Commander of the Navy and the Logistic Branch of Sri Lanka Navy and the Naval and Maritime Academy, and also the entire organizing committee of the 8th Logistic Conference, I extend my sincere gratitude to all of you for the presence, contribution, and continued commitments to the excellence. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I formally declare the 8th edition of the Logistic Conference, Trincomalee 2026 concluded. Thank you and have a pleasant evening.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of Logistics Conference 2026, a thriving nation, a beautiful life, Clean Logistics 2030, advancing end-to-end logistics excellence in Sri Lanka through digital advancement, green transformation, and transparent supply chain governance.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the culmination of the paramount forum of collaboration, let me extend my appreciation and gratitude for sharing and exchanging perceptive views and ideas from intellectuals who have participated from South Asian region and nationwide to provide their utmost cooperation and assistance for the success of Logistics Conference 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me now request you to convey that the next Logistics Conference will be held in the year 2027, and all are respectfully invited to reserve a slot in your calendar to revisit this historic city of Trincomalee. With that, ladies and gentlemen, the Logistics Conference 2026 is adjourned.
The proceedings of Logistics Conference shall conclude with refreshment at the previously notified locations. We shall meet again at 17:05 hours to commence the certificate awarding ceremony of 10th Long Logistics Management course. Thank you.